A hazy late spring evening for baseball in Southern California, as with all due respect to Red Sox, Yankees, and Cubs, Cardinals, the game's hottest rivalry lives here. Fans pouring in through the new Dodger Stadium center field gate, hopeful that they'll be treated to the same kind of show that's played here for the last 3 nights. Dodgers and Padres together again tonight to wrap up a 4-game series. It is the San Diego Padres and the World Series champion LA Dodgers on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. This rivalry didn't sneak up on anybody. Justin Turner of the Dodgers said in the spring, we're going to get 19 World Series games this year. And that's exactly how it's played out. In fact, the Dodgers and Padres have split their first 6 as we say hello, Matt Vasgersian and Alex Rodriguez. That means tonight is a Game 7.
And we love Game 7s, Matty. I love it.
We also love when the stars come out to play. And the stars have really held up their end of the bargain in this rivalry. What Fernando Tatis Jr. has done over the weekend is hard to comprehend. 2 homers against Clayton Kershaw, including the hardest ball Kershaw ever allowed off of him. And then the following night, yesterday, 2 more home runs. Tatis has become the first player in Major League history to homer multiple times in consecutive games against former Cy Young Award winners. This is must-watch TV whenever he's on the field.
I mean, he is the prince of swag, and you cannot take your eyes off him, Matty. Whether you're a player, a fan, management, he's got it all. It's not just the 5 tools. It's the smile, it's the charisma, it's the leadership. It's the way his teammates feel about him, and he's just getting started. He's worth the price of admission.
Well, the Dodgers have a leadoff hitter that they feel the same way about, right? 2 of the highest paid players in the game, not coincidentally. As go the Dodgers, so goes Mookie Betts and vice versa. He's their equivalent to what Tatis is doing in San Diego.
Mookie Betts is simply the best player on the best team, and he did exactly what Kirk Gibson did 33 years ago for the same Dodger team. He was the final piece. But again, the 6th tool, the smile, the leadership, the ability to bring people together. And guess what, Dodger fans? You have another 11 years with Mookie Betts.
This is a rivalry. Tonight's is a matchup so good. There is an alternate StatCast version of tonight's game available on ESPN2. Can't wait to get into this one tonight. Perhaps the 2 best teams in all the National League, if not the NL West for sure. The Dodgers and Padres. Lineups and opening pitch coming up next.
3, 2, 1, here I come without warning.
Start.
In the air to deep right field.
To overstay at home play, I just took exception to that.
Oh, we got some chirping going on. Going back, Bellinger. Great! And he made the grab!
Temper's flaring.
When he hit his home run through the bat and we take one away, we can celebrate too.
A monster shot from Betts!
2 really good teams don't like each other. That's what baseball should be.
We're going to get 19 World Series games this year.
Padres got better. I think we got better, and it should be a fun one.
In order to reach our goal, we're going to have to go through them.
It has been a good one. It started a couple of regular seasons ago, and it's been ramped up since. Last year's regular season series was chippy. They met in the division series last year, and there are big expectations for this year's season series. On that note, we say hello to the 3rd member of our broadcast crew tonight, Buster Olney. Hi, Buster.
Hey, Matt, there's no question this rivalry has absolutely lived up to the hype. As you and Alex have talked about, they played 6 games and split those games. In 53 of the 57 innings played between these 2 teams, the run difference has not been any greater than 2. Dave Roberts got home after the Dodgers win on Saturday night and told his wife, I'm emotionally exhausted. Jace Tingler, the Padres manager, talking today, mentioned the intensity, the energy of these games, and he said, this is great for baseball, and Matt, you'll agree with me. Amen to that.
Oh, it's been so much fun to watch. And sometimes we in the media, Alex, are guilty of overhyping a matchup or a season series. I don't think you can hype this one enough because it's been fun to watch.
Matty, I was there on Thursday night at Dodger Stadium, and it was electric. There was probably 14 or 15,000. It felt like 55,000. Last night I was watching the game. I didn't even want to go to the bathroom because I thought I was going to miss something. 3 hours and 53 minutes, it felt like 53 minutes.
I mean, the blogosphere's buzzing, social media's buzzing. It's been a lot of fun so far in their first 6 head-to-head. Let's check Jace Tingler's Padres lineup tonight, presented by Taco Bell. We highlight Manny Machado, for whom the numbers, the traditional stat lines aren't great, but all the peripheral numbers are fantastic, including his hard hit rate, top 5 in Major League Baseball. Manny has been terrific this year.
Manny's terrific, and he's an all-around great player. I mean, he is as good as third baseman as you're ever going to find, and offensively, he can flat out hit a fastball. Like the old Kirby Puckett, he's a bad ball hitter, and he's been great for Tatis.
Well, he's going to get a lot of fastballs tonight because that is the weapon du jour of right-hander Dustin May, the 23-year-old third-year Dodger, 1-3 in his career against the San Diego Padres. He's got a win and a loss, most recently at Seattle on Monday. A tough luck loser despite throwing the ball well and striking out 8 through 5 innings of work. May rounds out a series this weekend that has featured nothing but type A quality starting pitching.
Well, and you get the number 5. You get Dustin May throwing 100. Go get him, right? He has a sinker, a four-seamer, a cutter, and a curveball. And he's pitching with a lot of confidence, and he's had a lot of success against Manny Machado, specifically with that sinker in.
Fernando Tatis Jr. ready to lead things off in Los Angeles tonight. Tatis, Grisham, and Machado atop of the order that has stayed pretty consistent for Jace Tingler ever since moving Tatis Jr. into that leadoff spot. He flip-flopped Tatis and Grisham a couple of days ago. And with Tatis going crazy, hitting home runs, second visitor ever with 2 homers in back-to-back games at this ballpark, I think they're going to settle on Tatis Jr. in the leadoff spot for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, back-to-back games off back-to-back Cy Young winners. And I think it's freed up Tatis in the leadoff spot. More of the mold of Ricky Henderson, can make it 1-0, one pitch very quickly. Another guy we've had a couple last Sunday nights has been Acuna, equally as exciting.
You know, no Padre had ever enjoyed a 4-homer series against the Dodgers. Tatis has had a 4-homer weekend. 2 Friday, 2 Saturday, with 9 innings left before this series is officially done tonight. Ready to go in Los Angeles. Tatis, Grisham, and Machado, as Dustin May is ready to get the Dodgers started this afternoon. Underway with a swing and a miss at a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. We heard Carl Ravitch make the note during the pregame show that Dustin May's fastball velo on the four-seamer, that is firmer than anybody's not named Jacob deGrom. It's with his two-seamer, his sinking fastball, that his velocity is unparalleled. A ball and a strike to Tatis. Tatis has hit safely in 5 straight at the start of play, including the 2 homer nights Friday and Saturday. And they get Tatis on a ground ball to start the night. You never want to overreact to the first out of the game, but considering how hot this dude has been, that's a nice start for the Dodgers.
It is, and by May, back-to-back sinker, slider. Nice start.
We're talking about the fastball velo from Dustin May at just 23 years old. This dates back a couple years. DeGrom, Eovaldi, May. The firmest fastball in the land. Here's Trent Grisham now. Grisham starts play tonight at 3:02. He is one of the Padres that likes to run. In fact, the Padres as a team like to run. They have for the last couple of years led Major League Baseball in stolen bases. They do so early on this year. It's an aggressive team. It's a fun team to watch, and fans, certainly those in San Diego, have really responded to Jace Tingler's squad this year.
I mean, they're fun to watch, and they do everything well.
On the inside corner, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Trent Grisham.
You'll see, Matty, a lot of professional at-bats throughout the lineup. Patient at-bats, they pick their spots, they're aggressive when they have to be. but you'll see a lot of 0-2, 3-2 professional at-bats.
Got him. Threw him a wrinkle on the outside corner. First strikeout of the ballgame for Dustin May. Whose line was it when they said they don't boo nobodies? Was that Reggie Jackson?
I think that was Reggie. You know, Manny Machado was there on Thursday night. He gets introduced twice. Once by the PA announcer and once by the Dodger fans.
A Dodger for a very short time after the trade from Baltimore in 2018. Helped take him to a World Series. He jams him and breaks his bat. Machado's retired, as are the Padres, in order to start the ball game. Half inning gone, scoreless in LA. ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Back with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney. Matt Vasgersian underway in Los Angeles this afternoon. A scoreless top of the first inning, authored by Dustin May. Dave Roberts aligning his Dodgers this way. The Dodgers Taco Bell starting lineup for Game 4 of the series. We highlight Justin Turner, who is off to the best power start of his career. The 2017 All-Star had never homered before April 23rd, if you can believe that. He comes into this one with 5 big boys already to start 2021. He's been great.
And one to the track last night.
He and the Dodgers will have their hands full tonight because it's No-No Joe on the mound for the San Diego Padres, who in his second start of the season and after 8,205 games in franchise history, authored the Padres' first ever no-hitter a few weeks ago.
And he's got a plus fastball, and he has a great feel on the mound. He can spin the ball really well. Cutter, slider, curveball, and can pitch to a scouting report and exploit the hitter's weaknesses.
Betts, Seager, and Turner lead things off for Los Angeles. You saw that note on Musgrove, by the way, coming off a really great start Monday against the Brewers, where he took a tough luck no decision. 7 innings with 13 strikeouts, not one of them coming on a fastball. This indeed is Joe Musgrove 2.0, as Dave Roberts referred to him with us before the game today. The Dodgers have seen him before, but they have not seen this pitch mix version of Joe Musgrove. Ball and a strike to count to Betts.
So if I'm a hitter coming in and I see 13 strikeouts, all on breaking ball spin, with 2 strikes, I'm going to make sure I really stay back, make that ball travel, and I do not want to go fishing. So look for these Dodger hitters to be really patient.
Well, you talk about the patience. That was a big part of the 13 strikeout game against the Brewers in San Diego on Monday. He got a lot of chase. And again, it's the new pitch mix, right? He is not throwing his 4-seam fastball with the kind of regularity that he did in the first 4 years of his career. A lot of breaking balls. The cutter that he added in Houston under their very good pitching coach, Brent Strom, is still a weapon for him. Facing one of the best 2-strike hitters in baseball, Mookie Betts, the 2-2 home. A pop for Tatis. Let's take you back to Monday at Petco Park. All 13 strikeouts from Joe No-No. And look at the chasing. None of those are strikes. There's one. And it came looking. But, man, he had the Brewers off balance, lunging and guessing all night long.
It's a video game, and it's every speed. I mean, you see that change up there, slider, you're going left, you're going right. Not one fastball, not one strike.
One gone to start his night, and now it's Corey Seager. The 2-time All-Star got out of the gates hot. A reigning NLCS and World Series MVP, picked up right where he left off in the fall on opening day. Has since come back down to earth a little, to the tune of a .263 average at the start of play tonight.
Seager's a great example. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. First ground ball last season, booted it. He closed the season with a World Series and an MVP. Hang in there, youngsters.
It's like it's like skiing, right? You could fall, your first run's good, your last run's good. You fall everything in between, and you're only going to remember the good ones at the beginning and the end. There's a fly ball for Grisham and out number 2. I mean, let's talk a little bit about the Dodgers lineup here. They are not at full strength as Justin Turner digs in. And some of the down numbers for guys like Turner, Seager, Muncy over the last week or so, I don't think anybody's worried about it.
They're not. And this is a big blue machine when they're all ready to go and healthy, and they're not. When healthy, this is the type of offense that could score 1,000 runs and be the first offense ever to score 1,000 runs.
Turner has been the most consistent Dodger hitter from opening day on, despite the fact that he's only 4 for his last 23 over the last 7 games. Cody Bellinger getting closer. We're going to send him out to the alternate site this week to start taking swings with the hopes of getting him back sooner. They did get Chris Taylor back today in the starting lineup. Chris was used off the bench yesterday. He had been day-to-day with an ailing back. Zach McKinstry, who really asserted himself in the outfield, unavailable. So it's a Dodger team licking its wounds offensively and in its bullpen as well. Not full strength there either. And a breaking ball that Turner pops up. Side retired in order to start the day for No-No Joe. All season long, Major League Baseball will honor frontline and essential workers who continue to lift up their fellow citizens during the pandemic. Thank you, frontline heroes. Dodger Stadium, one of the many ballparks around the league that had been used as a vaccination center. And they've got 15,000+ here tonight. Eric Hosmer leads things off in the second for San Diego. Hosmer, Cronenworth, and Pham against Dustin May, who retired the side in order, as Joe Musgrove did to start the proceedings in Game 4 of this series. And Hosmer sounded like he might have broken a bat. Little roller, and there's one gone.
Second baseman, number 9, Jake.
Dustin May gets a lot of ground balls and strikeouts. And if you ask any pitching coach in this fly ball revolution era that we're living through, so we see Dodger pitching coach Mark Pryor, that's exactly the way they'd like to dial up their outs.
Perfect combination. Strikeouts, ground balls, double plays.
Only 15% of the outs that May has recorded have been in the air. And that's tied for the lowest rate in the big leagues among pitchers with at least 15 innings of work.
Matt, you mentioned that he got Eric Hosmer's bat. Remember, he got Manny Machado's, destroyed that in the first inning. Maybe we should keep track.
The broken bat count. I like that idea. We'll keep a ticker here. 99, firmest velocity yet by May, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Cronenworth, who's 0 for his last 18. I mean, if you're struggling a little bit coming into this series, and you've got to face the kind of starting pitching that the Dodgers throw at you, that is a hang with them. Let's talk a little bit more about Dustin May's sinker. Firmer than the major league average sinker by a good 5 miles an hour. Gets on you quick.
98 on the 4-seamer, 97 on the 2-seamer, and that type of depth and movement is what gets you as a hitter.
Still the ball and 2 strikes to Jake Cronenworth, National League Rookie of the Year runner-up last season. A guy who took some of the league by surprise. Didn't come with the kind of household star power that some of his teammates did, but he was a really important player for the Padres last year. Boy, my goodness.
Wow.
Come on. That almost hit him in the knees.
I mean, you talk about all quadrants. This is a left turn sharp. I mean, that is tight and a beauty. I mean, basically, May would be a #1 or #2 in 90% of the teams out there.
Yes.
And it's just filthy. And he's coming at you with tremendous speed. I mean, he missed that ball by almost a foot.
Here's Tommy Pham now with 2 out and the bases empty. 5 in a row retired by May to start the ball game. Pham has strung together a modest 4-game hitting streak at the start of play tonight. A little different outfield alignment for Jace Tingler this evening as Tommy takes a strike. He's got Pham and Profar in the corners. Will Myers getting a day off tonight to wrap this series up. Two balls and a strike to Pham. Well, Will had such a good 2020 run last year, a big part of why the Padres got to the division series. And Pham chops it to third. Turner with plenty of time. Tommy had a hard time getting out of the box. Check in on that. A scoreless second for Dustin May. An early change for the San Diego Padres as Tommy Pham injured himself on that ground ball to retire the side in the previous half inning. So Jorge Mateo takes over in right field. That moves Jurickson Profar to left. And Mateo will take over that #6 spot in the batting order.
Yeah, it looked like it almost hit him, but man, it seemed like he was already hurt before the swing. Not sure what, maybe Buster can get us some information a little bit later on, but very odd.
Been a kind of a rough run to start the year for Tommy, as he is removed early on here today in Game 4 of the series. Max Muncy will lead things off for the Dodgers in their half of the second. Muncy, Taylor, and Beatty against Joe Musgrove, who worked 1, 2, 3 to start the ball game. Muncy, another Dodger who is struggling at this stage of the season. Kind of hard to comprehend. San Diego really overloads the right side of the field for him. A notorious ground ball pull hitter.
Put the ball in also.
2 balls and no strikes to Max. Just 1 for his last 19 at the plate. This will be an interesting matchup to watch for the reason that just popped out of the score bug there. He's got good numbers against Joe Musgrove. Those previous meetings, however, were against the Joe Musgrove that threw a lot of four-seam fastballs. And in fact, of the 5 hits, 3 of them came on four-seamers. And I'm not sure that Max will see that pitch today.
Well, speaking of fastballs,
just when I say it.
Yeah, speaking of fastballs, 55 of his last 75 home runs have been on fastballs.
3 balls and a strike to Muncy. Flipped the breaking ball at him for a swing and a miss. And he's back in the count, full 3-2.
I mean, breaking ball here, 3-1. He throws it with so much confidence. Even though it's a breaking ball, he throws it with the confidence and the conviction of a fastball.
Yeah, doubled up on it and lost him on that one.
Grubhub Perks give you deals on all the food that makes your boogie. Get the food you love with Perks from Grub What You Love.
Leadoff hitters aboard after the walk to Max Muncy, and Chris Taylor will bat. Max Muncy has so much value. Not only can he play everywhere defensively, but even when he's not hitting, as is the case now, he still gets on base because he has such a terrific eye at the plate.
Well, you said it, Matty. More base on balls than hits this season, and he just continues to grind out
One hop for Tatis, played it off his chest. Throw to first is not in time. Taylor beats out the throw.
I mean, this looks like a routine double play ball, but it's not. It was that last hop right there that got on Tatis. Right there, that ball just
got to be
came
an
up
error, though, did it not? And that would be Fernando Tatis Jr.'s Major League leading 9th of the year. And it is being scored in E6. Boy, the next closest total in errors belongs to Bo Bichette of the Blue Jays with 6.
And you know, you talk about a player like Tatis. He's 6'3", 217 pounds. Shortened spring training with the injuries. Doesn't have his feet under him. And Buster, you mentioned earlier, he's like on skis out there. He's just not balanced yet. But come May, come June, Tatis is going to be exactly where he wants to be.
That's exactly right. That's what I heard from a scout this week. He said Tatis looks like he doesn't have the same firm footwork that he had in 2020 when he dramatically cut down on his errors.
Runners at first and second with nobody out. 0-1 to the left fielder, Matt Beatty. Matt was called up yesterday from the alternate site, recorded a pinch hit single, and ended up scoring the winning run in last night's game.
Fumble.
It's 0-2 from Musgrove. Well, the Dodgers have been able to withstand some of these injuries because of the amazing depth that they've assembled. And you're talking about young outfielders, guys like Beatty and Raley, who bats next, who would be everyday starters in about half the outfields in Major League Baseball.
And Matty, the Dodgers have always had that. If you think about how many Rookie of the Years, they always have a great rookie. In this case,
got him. And that's loaded the bases with nobody out.
Some Padres will say, hey, he didn't get his left knee out of the way. He just kind of stuck it out there.
Yeah, that's Musgrove's contention. And boy, he sure looks to have a case. Jace Tingler goes out to chat with the home plate umpire Jim Reynolds. And you know, how many times have we seen this called into question this year?
I mean, this Jim Reynolds, 23-year vet, is behind the plate. One of the very good umpires. This is such a difficult call for the umpire. You got to worry about a 17-inch plate. You got a guy throwing mid-90s, breaking balls all over the place. And now you got to watch the hitter and his left knee.
Yeah.
That's, you know, let's give Jim Reynolds a break.
Yeah, you're right. And he has to determine intent there. Like it very much looked to me like he leaned into it, Rudy. Engelberg's on deck and he's murdering the ball, right?
Right.
However, the only time that play is reviewable is to determine whether or not the batter was hit, not the intent of the batter.
Right.
And it was clear he was hit there. So it turns into a non-reviewable play. We've talked about that a lot this year already. And the bases are loaded for the Dodgers. Muncy, Taylor, and Beatty aboard for the rookie right fielder Luke Raley. Bases are loaded without, by the way, the benefit of a base hit. Walk, error, hit batsman.
And if you're Raley, you better be expecting a bucket of breaking balls, because they're coming.
A ball and a strike. You know, we could gush all day about the Dodgers' offensive numbers the last few years. They hit for power. They take their walks. Their situational hitting has been very good this year to start the season. 8 for 20 with the bases loaded. It's about as complete a lineup as we've seen in a long time. And a tall order for Musgrove to get out of this jam. Got a chase on an elevated fastball. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Luke Raley. Thirteen of those 37 strikeouts you see on your screen came on Monday in San Diego against the Brewers. 37 punch-outs in 4 starts. A franchise record to begin the season. Did he go? Did not on the appeal.
And I can see a sword going out there somewhere. The sword has been out all weekend, both on the game and on social media.
I can hear a few people in East County of San Diego screaming, if he hits it, it's a double. Got him.
And Matty never threw him a strike. The difference between a seasoned veteran like Justin Turner and young Raley is patience. 5 balls in a row, strikeout. You can take 1, like Joe Torre used to say. You can take 2. There's no way he's going to take 3. Great curveball there.
An opportunity for Musgrove to get out of this hairy spot. Bases loaded, nobody out, with a well-timed ground ball. With 1 out now, it'll be Austin Barnes. Part of what makes this rivalry so sexy is that these 2 teams match up on both sides of the scorecard. Great lineups, a lot of star power, and great starting staffs, right? We've talked about the Dodgers starting rotation. What the Padres have done with Snell and Darvish, who was so good on Friday night. They have feasted on the bottom of opposing lineups. A major league best 35% strikeout rate against the bottom of opposing orders.
That's a ball out.
Well, you got to get out the guys you're supposed to get out. And the one thing that both of these offenses do very well, yes, they hit the ball a long ways. Professional at bats, number 2 and 3 in contact made. Number 1, Houston Astros.
Twelve of the last 13 pitches by Joe Musgrove have been breaking balls. See if he stays true to that narrative here. Yeah, another one. And a called strike. What does K-Zone 3D think of the 1-1 pitch?
This ball's away. Got a break there, and this changes the entire at-bat. You go from 2-1, hitter's delight, to 1-2. Oh, boy. Now you got to fight.
Pitcher due up next. A ball and 2 strikes to Austin Barnes, who's just 1 for his last 15 at the plate.
He has 1 career grand slam against the Padres.
The Dodgers' last grand slam, by the way, came 2 years ago against the Padres. In fact, you know, what better time than now as we talk about all this stuff to talk about the ownership that LA has enjoyed at San Diego's expense. This season series is off to a great start, but the last 8 years, it's been rather one-sided. Again, bases loaded with 1 away. And Caratini taking a little bit of time with Musgrove, and Barnes finally says, let me think about it here.
And Musgrove looking for the strikeout right here. With the pitcher on deck, you have an opportunity to get out of this inning.
Lost the handle on a fastball there. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
All right, Matty, here's the situation. It's 2-2, bases are loaded. You get a fastball up at your, close to your face. His pitch is slider. You have to be thinking slider, slider, back-to-back pitches. Let that ball travel. Think right center field, middle of the field. In your head here, you're thinking, see that slider and see it up.
Two for Musgrove.
He crossed him up. He's going to go talk to him. And watch the reaction here from Caratini. See, that just means he crossed him up.
Yeah, Alex, as soon as he returned the ball to Musgrove right there, you saw Caratini reach in his back pocket and look at those cards that the players hold with the pitch sequencing on them.
Buster, I'm not sure what they're studying, but they had the wrong call there. If he does not foul that ball off, that's in the backstop, and that scores 1-0. So the Padres caught a break there.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bases loaded with 1 away. LA trying to crack the scoreboard first. Really missing with a slider that time. Easier take for Barnes, and it's gone to a full count.
If you show a Major League Baseball hitter enough sliders, they're going to become much better at it. He was looking 2-2 slider. He should be looking 3-2 slider.
Been a long at bat here for Barnes. The 8th pitch of the plate appearance on its way. I got no reason to expect anything other than another breaking ball here.
Absolutely.
Three-2. And Barnes reaches out, sends it into right field. It drops in front of Mateo. That's going to score at least 1. What a fine plate appearance by Austin Barnes. He was convinced he was going to get another slider, looked away, and dumped it into right field to drive in a score.
Professional at bat here, 3-2. And a very tough slider here off the plate, too close to take. And just a little wedge out there for an RBI single. Professional at bat, prepared, thinking the right way, and this sets the tone for the Dodger offense.
That is the first hit allowed all year by Joe Musgrove with runners in scoring position. Opponents had been 0 for 8 before that little flick of the wrist into right.
And what you forget is Tatis had a routine double play ball, which has caused Musgrove a lot of stressful pitches here. This will pay dividends later in the game. That bullpen may come in an early or 2 for the Padres.
Still loaded for LA. A run in with still only 1 away now for Dustin May. And I don't know that Musgrove's going to need to mess around with the secondary stuff here. Oh, 1 to Mays, fouled off. I'm going to show you the base hit again, and Chris Taylor, who may or may not have been able to score here. Bear in mind, Taylor's been away with an ailing back, and I'm not sure, even with a healthy back, they're going to send him on that very shallow single.
And I thought it was the right call there.
Turned into a long inning for Joe Musgrove. This is going to be the 26th pitch on its way to May, and he locks him up with the breaking ball.
And Dino Abel made the right call here. And if we get another opportunity to see it, Here's why he made the right call. Look at the hesitation at second base. Watch this pause here right there. See that? That 1 second pause right there was enough to hold him. And Mateo has a very good arm and came in very aggressively. Great call there by Dino Abel.
Longtime third base coach under Mike Scioscia, just down the road from here with the Angels. So base is still loaded with 2 away now for Mookie Betts. Mookie popped up to start the home first.
Matty, here Betts is thinking slider. This was the cutter. So not 83 miles an hour, but 90. And see how he's behind it a little bit? You see the rotation, but you get the speed wrong.
Yeah, that didn't happen much last year. Swinging and missing at a ball in the strike zone is something that happened very infrequently for Betts. In fact, last year, we'll hit you with some raw numbers here. I know the StatCast version of this game is going on ESPN2, but I'm going to go StatCasty for you. Here we go. Last year, Mookie swung at 271 pitches in the strike zone, and he missed 18 of them.
Unbelievable. And unusual for today's game, Matty. The other guy that complements that is Justin Turner. You imagine having that in the first spot and the third spot, they wear you down just like Barnes did on that base hit to right field.
0-2 the count to Betts. Well, when you add this component to Betts' hitting profile, it kind of starts to answer the questions as to why he's so good and such a talent outlier and why he's making the kind of money he makes. So he's really good at not swinging and missing at strikes. He's also very good at hitting for power on pitches that are out of the strike zone. Last year, slugged a Major League best .414 on pitches out of the zone. Still a ball and 2 strikes. All the clutch numbers. 2-strike hitter, the best in the National League. Top 10 runners in scoring position. 3rd in the league runners in scoring position and 2 outs, as is the situation here.
Matty, look at the center field backdrop here. That sun, there's nothing worse than a 5:30 start at Dodger Stadium. 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 p.m. And with a guy that can spin the ball like Musgrove, it makes it challenging to see rotation and recognize speed.
Well, we haven't gotten to the real tricky part of the night yet where there'll be shadows, and I'm not sure if some of the haze and cloud cover will prevent that from being an issue. But yeah, it's going to get even more interesting in the next hour or so. On the ground for Tatis, and he goes the short way to cut down Barnes. The Dodgers do get a run to the 3rd, 1-0 Los Angeles.
One quarterback can reshape the narrative. One quarterback class can reshape the league. NFL Draft begins Thursday on ESPN and ABC.
For the 42nd straight year, the NFL Draft is on ESPN. It's also on the NFL Network, and the Game Day crew will be on ABC again this year, covering it from the college perspective. It all comes to you next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, with all 3 days on ESPN Deportes, ESPN Radio, and the ESPN app. Wondering if there will be more than 4.5 wideouts taken in the first round. Just wondering aloud. Any thoughts on that?
No.
Just curious. Dustin May back to work. Top half of the 3rd. He'll face back-to-back switch hitters leading things off for San Diego. Profar, Caratini, and then the pitcher Joe Musgrove. Now, Profar started the day in right field, and then with the Pham injury moves over to left to accommodate Mateo entering the game, and he's in front 2-0. You might as well try it with your left-handed bats and your switch hitters from the left side, because right-handers have really struggled against Dustin May. Dating back to last year, right-handed batters have only one extra base hit in their last 70 ABs against the Dodger right-hander. Up to 73, including tonight's start. 3-1. Three balls and a strike to the former Ranger and A, who shortens up and kind of stabs a bunt attempt foul. Full count now.
That's a strange attempt to bunt 3-1, and I don't like that at all. I mean, that's the one pitch you get an opportunity to let it fly.
Wait a minute, I thought you liked the bunt.
Not 3-1.
Back to May for a routine first out of the inning.
Your cravings have been taken to new heights, where seasoned beef and crispy potatoes cozy up inside of a warm tortilla. So enjoy the view for just $1. The $1 beefy potato burrito, only at Taco Bell.
One gone, base is empty for another switch hitter, the catcher Victor Caratini. Caratini has established himself not only as the day-to-day catcher in the absence of Austin Nola, who is working toward a return at the team's alternate training site. It's really garnered a lot of respect and leadership in his first year in San Diego. Known as the Darvish Whisperer for his tight relationship with Yu Darvish. He's catching more than just Darvish in that Padres rotation, and doing so to rave reviews.
He's a veteran guy, and again, comfort is something that's hard to quantify. But when a pitcher feels comfortable, and Darvish, I know you did that game, Matty, what an outstanding performance for him. You look at him and you say, how does this guy ever lose a game? And we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
And when a pitcher feels comfortable, you can make him good to great. And a guy like Darvish, you can make him a Cy Young winner.
I mean, the starting pitching in this series, Darvish was unbelievable Friday night. And, you know, a guy who throws no fewer than, 10, 11 pitches, because he changes his sliders. He's got a standard slider, spike slider, and he had it all working, all harnessed on the same night on Friday. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Victor Caratini. Got him.
So, Matty, with Tatis as a tall shortstop, 6'3", 217 pounds, spring training is vital. And Tatis had a very short spring. He's just not in rhythm right now. That ball's just eating him up. He's in his heels. He's being very reactive and not proactive. And this ball here, this is timing and confidence. This ball has to 100% come to first base. You got the rhythm coming forward. Is an easy throw to first base. Him coming across the body back to second is just a mistake and a little bit of a lack of confidence, timing, and rhythm. But he'll get it. And again, when we see him in June and July, all these plays will be made flawlessly.
Joe Musgrove, the batter now with Tatis on deck. Yeah, there was a lot of hand-wringing, certainly among Padre fans, when the shoulder injury took place for Tatis, right? Oh, my goodness. They just gave him the huge contract. Now he's hurt. What are we going to do? And then the conversation about his coming back and altering his style at the plate, and we'll have a further discussion on that in a little bit. He has answered all those questions with the back-to-back 2-homer games here in this series. And Musgrove with a swing and a miss. 9 up, 9 down for Dustin May to start the night. Hey, you got a couple of bucks in your pocket? Let's take a look at the Dodgers' big bets. Going back to 2013 and 14, each year they were knocked out by the Cardinals. Kershaw was winning many awards all the while. 2015, the Mets took them out in the division series. The following year, the Cubs eliminated LA on a way to a World Series title. 2017, they pick up Yu Darvish at the deadline, lose to Houston in the World Series. The next year, they get Machado in the deadline, lose to the Red Sox in the World Series. Then in 19, the Nationals knocked them out in the division series. Finally, last year, jackpot. The acquisition of Mookie Betts, a big reason why the Dodgers finally hit pay dirt. Yeah, Mookie makes the whole thing go, and Dave Roberts admitted as much to us. These are pretty important numbers here. Just take last year's postseason by way of example. In the Dodgers wins, Mookie goes crazy. Huge slash line. In their 5 postseason losses, Mookie was 1 for 19. He was contained. He is the guy that drives the whole beast.
The whole beast, and he's better than his numbers. And it's exactly what Kirk Gibson did. He brought a different attitude and an energy. He brought his championship trophy from New England, and he brought his MVP, and he brings people together. And look, the Dodgers have the entire machine working. I mean, they have ownership, management. They have as good as 26-man roster as any out there. And when you go to the whole farm system, there's nobody better. They're going to be good now. Mookie has 11 more years, and they're just studs coming all over the place.
Boy, it's really, if you're another club in the NL West and the Pods have loaded up, the Dodgers are going to be good in perpetuity. And by the way, the Giants are going to be really interesting moving forward. Man, Arizona, Colorado, you're looking up, and it's got to be tough. Corey Seager leads things off in the Dodgers half of the third. Seager, Turner, and Muncy for LA. And we should mention the Giants because not only are they playing really well right now, their payroll commitments for next year and beyond are like $30 million.
Wow.
All the money comes off the books this year, and they're going to be big shoppers this winter.
Absolutely. And look, they ran off 3 championships in about 7 or 8 years. And it's a great organization. The Giants up north, don't forget about them. But look, simply said, the power has shifted from the American League East to the National League West. And this Padres team reminds me of the 2004 Red Sox.
How so?
And they do because, look, they have deep pitching. They have the Red Sox were known as the idiots, right? And, you know, some people may say, if you don't think this team, the Padres, can win a championship, you may be just one. But maybe these guys are the locos. But look, when you look at their lineup, you know, you think about Red Sox had Manny and Poppy. These guys have Manny and Tatis. You have Hosmer in the middle as a left-hander. You had Poppy over there. You had deep pitching, power pitching, and a bullpen. And here's the most important thing. They are not intimidated by these Dodgers.
Seager with a ball rocketed into the right field corner. And that it's either a foul ball or somebody interfered with it. No, Corey's on his way all the way over to third base. What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
There's a little cutter in. He fights it in, keeps his hands inside, keeps the ball fair, and busts it right out of the box.
Yeah, it's clearly a fair ball and clearly not interfered with.
And all you want to do here, I like 2 hands here. And is that try with the bare hand? That's a mistake. Use both hands like a middle infielder. Pull it in, hit the cutoff man, and keep Seager standing right at second base.
That was such a strange looking play, certainly for us watching along with you at home on the television monitor, because Jorge Mateo was really shading center field.
Especially with a left-handed hitter up.
I mean, look, all this stuff, Buster, Alex, as we know, it's diagrammed to the inch, right? Everybody's got a card in their helmet. And there's a base hit by Justin Turner that drives in Seager. 2-0 LA.
And a rare fastball here from Musgrove to the wrong guy, 0-1, and he's waiting for him. A contact guy, hard contact here by Justin Turner. At bat after at bat, professional, disciplined. And when you swing at strikes, you're going to be productive with man in scoring position.
Turner's team leading 18th RBI of the year, 2-0 Dodgers. And now Max Muncy, who walked and scored the first LA run. I'd love to see that Seager triple again. Because again, Mateo is way around toward left, or toward center, that is. In fact, let's take a look at it again. We're told that Jorge Mateo had to run 165 feet to get this ball.
And Matty, what you need to focus on here is watch him go and jab at it with his right hand. He should have both hands like an infielder. That's the jab. That's a mistake right there. That caused from being a double to an error 3-bag. So you got Tatis with the booted double play ball, and now Mateo. In order to beat the Dodgers, you need to play solid defense.
And Musgrove gets a call on a ball that looked like it was a couple inches inside. 2 balls and a strike. Well, the defense has been a bit of an issue, and it's not just been limited to Tatis. 21 errors for the Padres in 23+ games. That's the highest total in all of baseball. Big hammer swung on and missed.
They say hitting is contagious. Well, so is defense.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Max Muncy. The hits in the inning, the triple and the RBI single, have come on a cutter and a fastball from Musgrove. So he's gone back to the breaking stuff here to Muncy and is now 3-2 to Max. Muncy's got to be a frustrating guy to pitch to, man. He's got such a refined batter's eye. He's cut his strikeout rate way down over the last couple of years.
And this could be a running situation here with Turner at first base, 3-2.
Turner stays put, and Musgrove misses with ball 4. Second time Muncy's been on base via the walk tonight. So much of LA's success last year came in kind of breezy fashion. The plus 2.27 run differential was the highest by any team since World War II. And some of the other clubs on that list, the 98 Yankees, the 01 Mariners, those are among the most winningest regular season teams in the history of the sport.
And it's easy to look at all the glaring numbers and all of that, but what people don't look at, I played with a guy by the name of Jason Giambi, who was a very patient hitter. He didn't have to hit home runs or hits. He just made us better. You take a guy like Muncy. Nobody saw more pitches in the National League than Muncy last year. 4.4 per plate appearance. And that's a perfect example. A 3-2, really good slider. He takes it. Based on balls versus strikeout, advantage Dodgers.
Ball and no strikes, the count to Chris Taylor, who reached on the Tatis error in the second. 7 of the last 10 Dodgers to come to the plate have reached base safely. Yeah, I mean, not only was the run differential ridiculous, and in order for that to happen, you have to score a lot and prevent a lot. And so the Dodgers last year, en route to a World Series title, they became just the 5th team in that period since World War II to lead all of baseball in runs per game and ERA. They built the perfect beast last year. A ball and a strike to Taylor. Chris making his first start since April 14th. And there's a breaking ball in the dirt, 2-1. See, here's the difference between facing the Dodgers and facing Milwaukee or the Rangers. This team doesn't chase. And that's to take nothing away from Joe Musgrove, because he is off to a great start. But facing the Dodgers is just a different equation.
And that's another thing that reminds me of the Yankees Red Sox, is long at bats, disciplined at bats, a lot of 3-2 counts. And Chris Taylor last year in the World Series Game 3, he had a home run and a bunt. That's a microcosm of who the Dodgers are.
In the air, angling toward the stands, and nobody will have a play. It's 2-2. The Dodgers chase rate, and this is a current number now through today, it is actually below 20% if you count the first 2+ innings of tonight's game. But even entering the night, the best in baseball.
There's a correlation to discipline and winning, making contact and winning. And all this nonsense about launch angles and home runs and strikeouts don't matter, that is a lie, whether they figure it out now or in 5 years. Teams that put the ball in play and have discipline at the plate are going to be winners more often than not.
2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Chris Taylor. Right on the corner to ring him up. A perfect pitch by Joe Musgrove.
And Taylor probably looking slider, got him on the fastball there, and a perfect pitch. And Jim Reynolds gave him the call, and a good one.
Yeah, you know, so maybe this turns into one of those nights, and Jace Tingler mentioned this to us before the game. Just because Joe Musgrove is throwing a lot of secondary pitches doesn't mean he's going to do it every night, right? So he's facing a lineup tonight that doesn't chase. We've established that. Maybe the fastball becomes more of a weapon on a night like tonight.
And you saw Darvish do that, establish the breaking ball, and then get some really good hitters. Fastballs looking. You had a great call. You said split the middle of the plate against Turner. That's exactly what he did. You have to reverse ninja this thing.
Ball and no strikes, the count to Matt Beatty, who was hit by a pitch in the second. One and one.
And by the way, Matty made a mistake. It was Barnes, not Taylor, that had the home run and the bunt in Game 3 of the World Series.
Ah, right. You know, you could have sold that to me, because I didn't remember either. But thanks for being honest and cleaning it up. Two balls and a strike to count from Joe Musgrove.
Matty, you were talking earlier about the 13 strikeouts for Musgrove, all of them on breaking balls. Well, if we have those videos, the Dodger hitters do too, and it looks like they've been prepping really well. They're anticipating the breaking balls, and you have some really good takes on really good breaking balls that Musgrove is expecting chases, and he's taking takes.
Turner and Muncy aboard with a run in and one away. Man, that just missed. 3 balls and a strike.
This wears down.
Did it
pitcher.
Miss?
Just takes.
Got a little piece.
Sure did.
Another left-handed hitter waiting on deck, the rookie Luke Raley. 3 balls and a strike to Matt Beatty. And Joe gets that call.
3-2, guys.
Strike was called a ball. The ball is called a strike.
Looks like a pump, feels like a sneaker.
And this should be a 3-2 breaking ball.
"15 batters faced by Joe Musgrove to start the ball game, 4 full counts. He's lost 2 hitters on a base on ball And both times it's been Max Muncy. It's been a long inning, as the second inning was. Musgrove really battling to keep this 2-0. And he'll go at Beatty again, 3-2. The next full count pitch. Oh, and he hit him again. Oh, boy. Well, unlike the first time Beatty was hit, that time he tried to get out of the way and really had nowhere to go.
I mean, this is overthrowing a breaking ball. And I mean, this ball almost goes behind him. Hits him square on the knee. He's got the left on the first at bat. He got the right knee on the second at bat. Both on breaking balls.
Yeah, once that front foot got down, Matt just had nowhere to go. So that will load the bases once again.
Ten years ago, we founded Loan Depot because we were confident we could deliver the American dream of home ownership to individuals and families across the nation. At Loan Depot, we know home means everything.
Now let's see if Rayleigh first at bat. Same situation. Threw him 5 balls, 3 chases for a strikeout. Make him throw your strike and get the ball up.
Turner, Muncy, and now Beatty aboard. And Luke Rayleigh struck out back in the second. Curveball starts him with a strike. Dave Roberts describing Luke Rayleigh as a big country strong kid who might not look graceful in right field, but a guy that'll make all the plays. And he is very big. That's a strong dude. And the Padres have one of their length relievers up in the bullpen. Craig Stammen is up. Oh, 0-2 the count to Luke Rayleigh. Fastball sails high.
Rayleigh's also part of what might go down in history as one of the greatest draft classes ever. 2016 for the Dodgers. How about Gavin Lux, Will Smith, Dustin May, Tony Gonsolin, Rayleigh, Zach McKinstry.
Wow.
Pretty good.
That also sounds exactly like their injured list right now, ironically. 2-2 the count.
All right, Luke Rayleigh, here comes a slider. And if you're talking to yourself, you should be saying, make this ball be up. Do not chase down and in.
Bases loaded, 1 away, and a swing and a miss at the breaking ball.
Two fastballs to set it up, and then the breaking ball, and a good one. He knew it was coming and still couldn't hit it. Fell off the table right there for a strike.
That big hammer's been a good pitch for Musgrove tonight. He's been able to throw that for strikes a little more successfully than he has the slider. And that is a big strikeout for route number 2. Now he needs to fade Austin Barnes. This is the same thing we talked about with the bases loaded and 1 away in the second. And Barnes beat him for a flare single that drove in the game's first run. Here we go again with the Dodger catcher. Back to that curveball for a strike.
It's a generous call. Breaking ball, top of the zone.
Yeah, that's been a good pitch for Joe tonight. He's thrown 14 curveballs, 10 of them for strikes. 0-1 the count to Barnes. And now he can do whatever he wants.
And everything starts with that first pitch strike. First pitch curveball, then a fastball. Now you start playing offense a little bit as a pitcher.
First pitch strike is big. The 1-1 pitch is big. And that's where I think Dustin May has kind of separated himself so far early tonight. May has thrown a strike in 4 of his 5 1-1 counts, where Joe has gone deeper.
That's a ball.
And that's a slider off the plate, 1-2. Cutter off the plate, 1-2. It's been a battle for Musgrove tonight.
Thank goodness for that 11 pitch first inning for him.
Turner, Muncy, and Beatty aboard with 2 gone. Barnes didn't chase the slider at all in the second inning. In fact, he took one that was called for a strike that was well off the plate. He spits on it again. 2-2.
That's his 9th curveball thrown tonight. Dodger hitters have swung and missed 5 times. I mean, Barnes just told you with his body language, he is looking breaking ball. That's your best breaking ball, and he did not budge. So maybe a good fastball, good sinker here.
Two pitch. Another breaking ball hit on the ground to Tatis, who gathers it in, throws high, but Hosmer is able to hang on to retire the side, using all of his wingspan to put an end to the bottom of the third. 2-0 LA. Top of the order for San Diego here in the top half of the 4th. Fernando Tatis Jr. will lead things off. It has been a big weekend for Tatis. 2 homers Friday against Clayton Kershaw. 2 homers yesterday against Trevor Bauer. And yes, the internet has kicked up a little controversy too. This has been making the rounds on social media. Fernando Tatis Jr. prior to his 2nd homer against Trevor Bauer. A cheeky look down. And then if we show you the results, pick it back up in real time. The pitch that he goes out and gets and hits a long way. So the not so subtle insinuation by Dodger fans is that somehow Fernando Tatis Jr. was peeking at signs or location, and Trevor Bauer responding on Instagram, if you need to know what pitch is coming that badly, just ask Daddy nicely next time. You know I ain't scared, homie. Yeah, all right, so you know Trevor's very active on social media, and a lot of what he does is tongue-in-cheek. But Dodger fans are convinced that there might be some meat on this bone. What do you say?
I don't think so. I mean, look, when in my 25 years of playing, it's overambitious and an overreach to think that you're going to be able to peek and look at the signs and the fingers and see what pitch you're throwing you. The only reason you peek, it would be to see the catcher's moving a location. And if he moves early, you might tip off the hitter. But to think, unless you have a mirror on your helmet, there's no way you're going to be able to look at that sign. So I'm not buying it.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you, but I would defer to you on those things because I've never been in such a situation, obviously. And you could, as you could imagine, the dialogue online has all gone in a very partisan manner, right? Padres fans, no chance. He wasn't looking at anything. Dodger fans claiming otherwise. And I think it's all symptomatic of a great rivalry. People care about this stuff now.
I mean, there's over 25 cameras at Dodger Stadium. If you think you're going to get away with looking at signs, no chance.
Did he get another one? Did he get another one? Yes, he did! Oh, man. This dude is unbelievable. No peeky that time.
I mean, you want to talk about a prime-time player. You cannot take your eyes off him. You can't stop talking about him. Baseball royalty, 98 in on his hands and just explodes. And some people would say, well, he can't hit the ball the other way because of the shoulder. Well, take that. 98 miles an hour, stays behind the baseball, and just a thing of beauty. Man.
5 homers in 2.5 games. San Diego's on the board 2-1 Los Angeles. We're going to show you the whole thing again on our peak cam. Trevor Bauer looks like the neighbor from Home Improvement.
Speaking of peaking,
what's he doing?
I love Bauer, and I love what he's doing. I think it's good for the game. His personality brings color. Look, it's what all the other leagues do. NBA, the NFL, soccer. Hey, you know what? They're doing great. Why not baseball? Let's celebrate it. It's a tough game, and these guys are phenomenal. Let's celebrate them. Let's enjoy it.
Come on, guys.
6 of his 7 homers have come at the expense of the Dodgers this year. Oh, man. All right, let's look at the homer again, and we'll do so with the peak filter on just to make sure this was legit. You see any peaking?
Nope.
Everything's kosher here. We're good. Homer.
5th home run in his last 11 at-bats at Dodger Stadium.
Wow. And a called strike 3 taken by Trent Grisham. 5 punch-outs already for Dustin May.
That's impressive. 98 in, running in. Home run to right center. And then the swag, rounding the bases. Oh, a little merengue. Tatis, who was neighbors with Robinson Cano in San Pedro de Macorís.
Oh, and 1 the count to Manny Machado.
Tatis always wears a little pink. He wears that little pink on his left elbow there. And Home makes it around. That he wears it for his mother. His mother, great Dominican lady, favorite color is pink. And it's his message to Mom. Hey, Mom, I'm always thinking about you, and you're my inspiration.
Ball into strike to count to Manny Machado. By the way, the Padres franchise record for homers in a single season against the Dodgers is 7. And it's a record shared by Hall of Famer Dave Winfield and Nate Colbert, who had some big power years in San Diego in the 70s when not many people were hitting for that kind of power. Hey, there's 10 more games head-to-head between the Dodgers and Padres this year, and Fernando Tatis already has 6. May strikes out Machado. Look at Dustin May storming around, man. That homer kicked him into another gear.
Fired up. He's taking out on Grisham first and Machado next. Hey, if Tatis is not careful, he's going to get booed louder than Manny Machado at Dodger Stadium if he keeps this up.
Oh, man, this is so good. 2 gone now for Hosmer. Did you expect him to homer today? Did you expect Fernando Tatis to hit another home run today after what he's done the last 2 nights?
I expect the unexpected from him. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. And he's made for prime time, Manny. You saw him on Friday night. He hit those balls 1,000 miles. But the one thing that people were saying is he cannot hit the ball the other way for power because of the shoulder. Well, there it goes. They said he couldn't hit the ball out of the park with one hand. Well, he did that off power on the second home run last night. That ball was 6 inches off the plate.
Oh, Dustin May he is locked on now. He was perfect first 3 innings. The homer by Tatis, and then he strikes out the side. We got a good one in LA tonight. Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. For live look-ins, highlights, and big moments as they happen, check out MLB Big Inning weeknights exclusively on MLB.tv. 2-1 Dodgers as Dustin May leads things off for Los Angeles against a new pitcher on the mound for San Diego, the veteran right-hander Craig Stammen. Into the mix a little earlier than most people thought we'd be seeing bullpen. Here he is in the bottom of the 4th. Joe Musgrove threw a lot of pitches in the 2nd and 3rd inning. Had to battle, and though he exits early, it's just a 1-run ball game. So on a tough night for Joe, he kept it close for his side.
Sure did. He battled, and they had a great scouting report and a great approach against him, but it still kept the game in check.
And a 3-pitch strikeout. Down goes May. For the Padres, that's their major league leading 50th 3-pitch strikeout of the year. So here's the line on Musgrove. 3 hits, a couple of earned runs in his 3 innings of work. He did strike out 4 through 77 pitches, but the stress pitches in the 2nd and 3rd, and Jace Tingler decides, let's go to the pen. Twice this year in relief, Craig Stammen has gone 3 innings for San Diego, so he's definitely capable of giving him some length. Nothing but strikes so far from Craig. 0-1 the count to Mookie Betts.
He's an old school guy. He'll give you the sinker, the cutter, slider, and the curveball, and he'll get the curveball for the punch out.
One and 1 to Mookie, who's 0 for 2 so far. We talked earlier in the telecast about the Dodgers' difference in good Betts postseason games versus nights he struggled in the postseason. He really kind of dictated their fate. Sharply hit to 3rd. Machado's got the best arm in the business, and there are 2 away. When Mookie Betts hit his Game 6 homer in last year's World Series, he became just the 2nd player to hit a homer in a multiple World Series clinch games, joining none other than Reggie Jackson.
Wow.
One as a Red Sox against the Dodgers, and one as a Dodger against the Rays. And that leads us to the World Series MVP, Corey Seager.
Matty, 10 years ago, the Padres had in the 5th round, had the 173rd pick, and they had Mookie Betts' card. And pick 172, the Boston Red Sox said, we'll take him.
Foiled again by the Red Sox.
Game of inches.
You know, it's funny you bring that up, because this current Padres roster has been built much more via the trade than it has the draft. General manager A.J. Preller is a wheeler dealer. They used to call Jack McKeon, former Padres general manager, Trader Jack, because he liked to make deals. A.J. Preller makes Trader Jack look like Pat Gillick, whose nickname was Stand Pat. 2 balls and a strike to count to Seager. They went out and signed Machado a couple years ago. That after signing Hosmer and really surprising the market. It's been free agency and trades that have built this roster. In fact, let's take a look at it by percentage. and this includes guys that are on the injured list. It's the 40-man, including 6 players on the IL. About half of it, Alex, via trade. Another big chunk free agency. I mean, look, we're about, 10, 15 years removed from when waiver claims in San Diego. They used to try to build rosters around there with, Rule 5 guys and small deals. They play with the big boys now. How about Craig Stammen? A couple of strikeouts in a 1-2-3 bottom of the 4th. Here's a look at the upcoming Major League Baseball schedule on ESPN. Cubs and Braves Monday at 7 p.m. The following night, Red Sox and Mets in an '86 World Series redo. Little bouncing ball up the line. That's my Vince Scully impression.
That's pretty good.
Not that good. Mets and Phillies. That's where we'll be next Sunday. Alex, Buster, and I, 7 p.m. in the NL East. Dustin May back to work with a 2-1 lead, top half of the 5th inning for Jake Cronenworth, Jorge Mateo, and Jurickson Profar. Dustin May gave up the homer to Tatis and then got angry. Struck out the side. Grisham, Machado, and Hosmer. 7 strikeouts for May through 4 innings.
I love to hear any more Vince Scully you have. I can hear that all night long. So go for it.
I think if I did it better, I'd give it to you. And there's the second Padre knock of the ball game.
Yeah, baby!
Cronenworth has a leadoff base hit. Let's talk a little bit more about Dustin May, because I think you were the one that said this, Alex, when we went on the air. Like, when this is your number 5 starter, that's just downright frightening. I mean, this is a guy that is destined for stardom in the big leagues if he isn't already there, Buster.
That's exactly right. He was the third round pick in that epic draft they had in 2016. And when they drafted him, he threw about 90-93. But their feeling was, you know what? Because of his work ethic, as he got stronger, as he got older, he would begin to throw harder.
Cronenworth runs, throw down to second is not in time.
Guys.
We'll revisit the thoughts on Dustin May in a moment, but first let's see who's taking it up to 100. Brought to you by Head and Shoulders. The Padres like to run. Their 27th bag of the year to lead all teams. It's a category they led in last year. They've got almost double the amount of stolen bases as the next closest team. You can say that they're like the last team that really runs with any frequency. Backup slider in for a strike. It's 0-2 to Mateo. Yeah, Buster, you were talking about May and filling out the frame. He was a skinny kid out of Texas when he was drafted. He's filled out. The velo has increased, and here he is on the verge of really great things.
Matt, an interesting, I think, comp physically is actually Jacob deGrom. That's what the Dodgers saw in him, as someone who potentially, as he did develop, he could add velocity, being 6'6", so angular, stuff absolutely off the charts.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Mateo. It's such a free and easy 98, if I may borrow the term used by former Padre and Dodger Andy Ashby. Free and easy, he used to say. Still 1-2 to Mateo. Hopped him up. Taylor going out, Raley coming in for out number 1.
Yeah, and Dustin from Justin, Texas, only 23, and this is free and easy right here. 6'6", coming at you, elbows. knees 98 miles an hour. And it's not just the speed, but it's the location and it's the movement. The Grom frame, Syndergaard hair.
Well, I don't think he liked it, but they used to put the Ginger Guard name on it.
Really?
Like kind of a comp. It's Syndergaard, the red-haired version of Noah Syndergaard. I don't think Dustin loved that. All in fun, of course. 0-1 the count to Jurickson Profar.
I'd say there's nothing fun about facing a guy like this.
No.
98 sinker. There was a 92-mile-an-hour cutter.
Cronenworth is the tying run. As filthy as May has been in this game, the tying runs on base with one out in the fifth. You know, there's going to be some interesting choices made by the Dodgers as the season wears on, likely closer to mid-season, June, as we get into the All-Star break. And Dave Roberts has been candid, talking about how they'll pick spots to give guys like Bauer, like May, everybody else in the rotation, an occasional break. There'll be weeks where they go to a 6-man rotation. There'll be weeks where they perhaps skip guys if the schedule allows for that. Maybe shorten starts with a piggyback option out of the bullpen. They'll use their alternate site. By the way, the minor league season is starting now, so those guys will be available. The goal in LA is to have everybody firing at peak velocity and peak temperatures when the postseason starts.
When you have that luxury, and it's something that Roberts likes to go to. He likes the extra day rest, sometimes two, and it's worked out very well for them in those power starting pitchers.
Got him. So May going to the breaking stuff here, second and third time through the order. 8 strikeouts for him tonight. Well, he's been really good. I mean, this is the rotation. And by the way, David Price is a Cy Young Award winner and World Series champ, and we haven't even mentioned him yet. He's going to pitch today, by the way. He will pitch in relief, Dave Roberts telling us earlier. Likely the next man up. But that's the kind of depth they've got.
When you have David Price coming out of your bullpen, you're deep and you're good. And, you know, coming out of last year, I looked at them in spring training when they were all healthy. And it's rare that a team says they're actually better this year.
It's crazy.
They didn't unload. They brought in Bauer.
Yeah.
And they've got Tony Gonsolin also at some point. He could be in the mix in that rotation. And I don't know if you guys agree with me. We know the Dodgers offense is great, but if you're going to beat the Dodgers, you have to go toe-to-toe with that rotation, which is why I thought it was so important the Padres making the additions to their rotation the way they did during the wintertime.
Right on the corner to put Caratini behind 0-2. Well, it's pretty interesting, and I think it was A.J. Cassavell, who covers the Padres on MLB.com. He had the line just, and I think I'm paraphrasing here, just when the Pods were feeling good about themselves, importing Darvish and Snell into the rotation, the Dodgers roll a $90 million boulder out in the middle of I-5 somewhere near Camp Pendleton, whose name is Trevor Bauer. And that kind of sums it up. A ball and 2 strikes. Remember last weekend when these two teams met at Petco Park, the Dodgers juggled their rotation. So they had 1, 2, and 3 against the Padres. I mean, how many times does a team do that for an April series?
Well, they wanted to make a statement early, and it also tells you the amount of respect they have for this young Padres team.
Still a ball and 2 strikes to Caratini. It wasn't always this competitive, though. And the folks in San Diego will be the first ones to tell you. 8 years of really being beaten up by the Dodgers. And their head-to-head record during LA's run of 8 straight division titles was one of complete one-sided dominance. The next 1-2 to Caratini. Got him looking. 9 strikeouts for Dustin May. Still 2-1 LA. Play Ball is baseball and softball's initiative to highlight the fun and accessible ways to play the game for all. Find a league near you. Go to playball.org and follow @playball on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Now time for tonight's late inning predictions, brought to you by DraftKings. Which bobblehead will get the most money on the open market? No. Total strikeouts from the 7th inning on. Oh, I say you hit the over. I'm not a tout, but hit the over. Baseball fans can play in a free late inning MLB pool on DraftKings for a shot at $1,000 in prizes. Answer a series of questions in the 7th inning onwards. Get enough correct and take home your share of $1,000. Download the DraftKings app. Sign up now with promo code SHIFT.
First baseman, Max Muncy.
One quick out as Turner is retired in the bottom of the 5th. Back with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney. Matt Vasgersian. Good to have you along with us from Los Angeles. It is Act 7 of a 19-act docudrama between the Padres and Dodgers this year.
No, that's a ball out.
Shocker, Max Muncy taking.
How deep are the Dodgers, Matty? They had 9 different players hit home runs in the World Series last year. That's an all-time record. What a luxury, an embarrassment of riches for these Dodgers.
Two balls and no strikes. The count to Muncy, who, by the way, swings with the greatest infrequency of any player in the big leagues. He offers it just 33% of what's thrown to him. I mean, not even swinging at that.
That was pretty good pitch to hit there. 2-0 right down the middle. He's got the only 2 walks for the Dodgers tonight.
He hasn't even had 3 complete at-bats, and he's seen 15 pitches tonight.
Oh, no.
Boy, Stammen thought he had either a swing or a called strike there. Instead, it's 3-1. Craig Stammen came on in relief of Joe Musgrove in the 4th and got the Dodgers in order. Where is Machado playing? Is he in right?
Yep.
Hey! 3-2, guys.
And it is not short right field.
No, he's in straight right field out there.
You can count in one hand how many third basemen can get way out there in right field and have the confidence and the arm and the accuracy to get the runners out.
The Padres have had a lot of success with the way they defend. I mean, the raw numbers, the error total is high. But when they're in the shift, opponents have hit a major league low 138 on ground balls this year. And there's another walk for Muncy. And we're going to tie together a T-Mobile studio update with Max Muncy and a guy that he had many a sparring match with in his Giants days. Madison Bumgarner had a terrific start today against the Atlanta Braves. Had Atlanta off balance. This was vintage Mad Bum, ripped right from the 2014 season. In fact, he did not allow a hit. But It was a 7-inning doubleheader game, thus it doesn't count as a no-hitter per se.
But it's still a magical afternoon for Bumgarner. It's so great to have him come back after some struggles the last few years. Looks like he's got his sit back, his confidence back. The 3-time world champion.
Here's Chris Taylor now with 1 out, 1 on. What do you think of that? Should the rule be amended because we're playing 7-inning doubleheader games now with regularity? Should that count as a no-hitter or not?
No, I mean it's obviously a great event, but it shouldn't. I mean, if we're going to have no-hitters, it should be 9 innings. And fair it is to the guys that have done it, for 9 innings in the past.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that's been the rule since the early 90s. It was Commissioner Fay Vincent that pushed that through, that to recognize a real no-hitter, legit no-hitter, it's got to be a 9-inning game. One ball and 1 strike to count to Chris Taylor. Yeah, Muncy has sparred with Mad Bum, kind of the way Kershaw has sparred with Trent Grisham of late. There's no love lost there. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Taylor. Grisham's pretty fiery dude. And we'll take you back to last September. Grisham got a hold of one, did a bat flip. He enjoyed himself around the bases, and Clayton took exception.
You know, the Padres, they're not going to back down, and they think they could beat the Dodgers. Little brother is saying, hey, we're grown up now, and we're ready to go at it 1-1. And it's something the Boston Red Sox had in 2004, where they felt they can come in and beat us in New York. And that's the first step. You have to mentally be able to think that you can beat your opponent. If you think you can't beat your big brother, you won't. The Padres think they can.
Well, they haven't been able to recently, until this year, that is. Again, their season series this year is even at 3 apiece. But since 2013, when LA's run of 8 consecutive division titles began, look at the winning percentage for the Dodgers. Run differential plus 214. They swept them in the division series last year. Yeah, it's been all LA of late, but Padre fans are hopeful that this is the year that all changes.
They have the personality, the Machados, the Tatis, Hosmer, who won a championship in Kansas City. They're confident, they're cocky, they have swagger, and they're saying that was another Padres team, not this team.
Ball and 2 strikes is the count to Chris Taylor. Breaking balls popped up. Cronenworth backing up on it. Grisham coming in to make the catch for out number 2. I mean, there have been exceptions over the years where the Padres have been able to pound their chest a little bit. I can recall the end of the 1996 season. Pods won the NL West that year, and that was 2 years before they made their World Series appearance against the Yankees. So they kind of built this little mini giant under Bruce Bochy in the 90s. And in 96, they had to come here, and they had to sweep LA in the final weekend of the season to win the division title, and they did just that. But that was a long time ago. There's that defensive alignment with Machado and Wright once again for the left-handed hitting Matt Beatty, who takes a strike.
And that's as deep as you'll have any infielder play the shift.
He's the third baseman tonight, folks. And a rough time of day to be in that shift, by the way. I don't know if he thought to put the sunglasses on.
Yeah, you're hoping for something low.
He's got him on his hat.
Yeah.
That's like when you're driving down the road and somebody's coming the other way and they got the sun visor down and they're battling the sun visor. You're like, bro, put on the sunglasses.
Very difficult time to see the ball offensively and defensively.
This is why I have long advocated, Alex, the return of the flip downs. Flip them down when it's sunny. Flip them up when you don't need them.
Okay.
All your fancy blades and all the, cool guy glasses. How about the old school Bake McBride flip downs? Any kid that grew up in the 70s, I used to wear flip downs on the bus going to school. I thought they were so sweet.
I used to wear eye black to elementary school. Hey, Matty, I was there Thursday night at Dodger Stadium, and you had a great crowd. You had Magic, you had the ownership, you had all the celebs out there, and there's nothing like being back at the stadium. And Dodger Stadium is just beautiful. It was a perfect night. It was cool, but I was so excited. I felt like I was 12 years old back in the stadium, and it was a phenomenal game. All these games have been great. 15,000 people. It felt like 55,000 were in the building.
They have made a lot of noise this weekend for sure. This rivalry's brought out the best in both fan bases. And there's ball 4 to Beatty. He's been hitting the leg twice tonight, and he almost took one in the shoulder there. So a couple of walks from Craig Stammen. And Manny's going back to third base. If Manny's wearing a Fitbit, he has reached his steps number today. Another opportunity for LA with runners in scoring position. First and second with 2 gone for Luke Raley, rookie right fielder.
Who should be swinging early here. Has 2 strikeouts. Has left men on base. Should be ready to go right here early.
The strikeouts for Raley came against the starter Joe Musgrove, who went 3 tonight. Stammen came on in the 4th. He's yet to allow a hit. He has walked 2 Dodgers this inning. Good curveball there, swung on and missed.
And Beatty and Muncy on base 6 for 6 without a hit.
I mean, Max Muncy, he is full count. Every plate appearance, as you talked about, he's almost 5 pitches per plate appearance.
A Moneyball dream player. Billy Bean is saying, come play in Oakland.
A ball and 2 strikes now on Raley. Well, he was an A. And Oakland had their shot at him. Muncy has turned into a star with the Dodgers.
And if you're Raley, you do not want to leave 8 men on base in your first 3 at-bats. He needs a little action here.
A couple of walks have put Muncy and Beatty aboard with 2 gone. A ball and 2 strikes to Luke Raley.
That's a ball.
2-2. Is it me, or does Craig Stammen look a little bit like Adam Ottavino from the neck up?
I like it.
You like it? You got a point for that one?
Yeah, half a point.
I'll take it.
You want to get him right here. You do not want to get him to 3-2 so you can start the runners.
Hit him. I mean, these rookie left-handed hitters for the Dodgers are taking a beating tonight. Beatty's been hit twice, and now Raley gets doinked.
Austin Barnes.
And there's a little cutter that just keeps cutting. It just chases him and gets him right there on the thigh. After 2 strikeouts and then having 2 strikes in your 3rd at bat, that feels like a stand-up double.
All right, the bases are loaded again. LA loaded the bases in the second on a walk, an error, and a hit batsman. And here in the fifth, they've loaded them on 2 walks and a hit batsman. And it's Austin Barnes that has had a bases loaded opportunity in all 3 of his plate appearances tonight. Nobody throwing in the San Diego bullpen, but there are some people moving around down there at this point. Again, as we talked about, Craig Stammen has twice worked 3-inning relief appearances this year for Jace Tingler, so he's capable of the length that they needed today.
And so far in this game, this is the biggest at-bat of the game.
1-run affair, bases loaded, 2 gone, last of the 5th. On the corner to make it a 1-1 count.
Seventh bases loaded at bat for the Dodgers. And they're looking for the big breakout hit, the big double.
I mean, they've had men on base all game long. They've got only 3 hits tonight. 2 balls and a strike. Fernando Tatis Jr. scheduled to bat second if we ever get to the 6th inning of this game. Plugging right along. The 2-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One of the 3 left-handed relievers available to Jace Tingler is Nick Ramirez, and he's the first one to start throwing in the San Diego bullpen.
And if you're Stammen, you want to get him right here, 2-2. Don't get to 3-2, where you're going to have a running start for all 3 runners. Right here, right now.
Even money, we get to a 3-2 count. I mean, that's been the way this game has gone with this grinder approach that the Dodger hitters have, which has led to so much of their success.
Well, the defense falls asleep.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Austin Barnes. Got him. Couldn't lay off the breaking ball. Big strikeout for Craig Stammen as the Dodgers leave them loaded in the 5th. Still a 1-run game in LA. Two to 1 ball game as we go to the top of the 6th inning. San Diego sends up a pinch hitter, then Tatis, Grissom, and Machado scheduled. And speaking of Manny Machado, Buster Olney had a chance to visit with him during the week.
What do you remember about meeting your idol, Kobe Bryant?
It was one of the most incredible moments of, I would think, of my entire life. It's one of those memories that, you know, the more you say it, the more you smile, the more you think about it, and you know, the better you feel.
You've got a Kobe in your life now. Tell us about him.
Yeah, he's a little mama as well. You know, he always brings that smile to your face every single day whenever you get home, and he's always excited to see you.
Describe the energy of the guy who plays to your left.
He's a spark. You know, I mean, he could turn a game around in a heartbeat. It's incredible to watch him, and you know, he brings the best out of all of us.
You like to wear cologne on the field. What are you going to wear on Sunday night? What type of responses do you get from people on the field about it?
I learned this from Big Papi. You know, Big Papi always smells good, so I'll be wearing a Louis Vuitton a cologne. Some of the colognes I've had in the past kind of fade off after a couple slides, but this one stays on pretty good.
What do you love about stylized cleats?
You know, shows your personality, shows who you are. You know, I'm able to customize my own cleat. You know, they do a good job over there with letting us, you know, show our expressions.
Describe your nerves with 2 outs in the 9th inning of Joe Musgrove's no-hitter.
I looked up and I'm like, man, is this really going on right now? Let's not talk about it. Let me not think about it, but you're still nervous at the same time, which is a crazy feeling.
Describe the state of the Padres-Dodgers rivalry.
They're a great team out there, and they're holding that throne. You know, we got a team over here that we're trying to take them down.
A lot of fun during the week with Manny Machado as Ha-Seong Kim leads things off as a pinch hitter against Dustin May. The one thing in that interview that struck me is Cologne on the field. Did you ever, was that in your playbook? Did you ever set up? No,
I wasn't that cool. I mean, that's having real games.
That's style points.
But Poppy, he is right about Poppy. Poppy always smelled better than anyone.
On the field, you're saying?
On the field. And off the field, too.
So Big Poppy would get it. You could smell him at third base when you're playing defense.
I can smell him when he was at first base and I was at third base. It was the strongest cologne. And he had a lot of home runs. They would just run by me and, like, you know.
Kim fouls that one away. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Is he the only guy that you can recall that played with cologne on? Anyone else?
I played for a long time. There's a lot of funny guys out there. And cologne and gel. I mean, the guys spend a lot of time in front of that mirror. But, you know, whatever it takes. They say if you feel good, you look good, you play good. That never worked for me.
You smell good. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kim. And David Price is up in the L.A. bullpen. Dustin May has never gone more than 6 in a big league start as Kim jam shots that one foul. By the way, the Dodgers are the only team in baseball averaging at least 6 innings from their starters this year. Kind of ironic given how they've manipulated innings in their starting rotation during this run of 8 consecutive division titles. But they've got the horses this year, and they can just let them eat every 5 days.
No doubt. And I think that the road to winning championships consistently is great starting pitching, going longer into games. It is so difficult to get 15, 18, 20 outs out of your bullpen every single night.
Dustin May's career strikeout night keeps getting better. 10 and counting.
Shortstop, Tatis Jr.
So now Fernando Tatis Jr. And the notes just keep pouring in. First shortstop with homers in 3 straight at Dodger Stadium. Take that in for a while. This place has been here since the 50s.
And Alex, you were right about the booze. They ratcheted up here.
So I think today, you know, we can certainly put to bed the is he going to be able to keep both hands on the bat conversation. After the partially dislocated shoulder, the word got out that, you know, the Pods wanted him hanging on to the bat with both hands. And the obvious worry was, well, will that take away from some of his athleticism? I spoke to their hitting coach, Damian Easley, during the week, and he said, you know, he's going to still ad-lib and improvise with one-handed swings when he needs to.
Yeah, and you see the two-handed swing here, leaning back. These balls are all middle in. Go! That was a little slurve. And then tonight, 98-mile-an-hour sinker in, and boom. I mean, it's hard to believe here. One of the most famous and popular Dodgers of all time was named Fernando. Now one of the most hated Padres of all time in Dodger Stadium could be Fernando. Valenzuela they loved, Tatis they fear.
Here's Trent Grisham now. Well, one hand, two hand, Damian Easley's fine with whatever Fernando does. Yes, when he's doing his work before games, they want him to keep both hands on the bat, right? But in game situations, he's so athletic. If one of the top hand comes off because he's got to get to a ball, so be it. It's really how he trains and how he works out that they're concerned with. There's no monitoring of him once the game begins.
Okay.
Damian's a guy that really believes in letting hitters do what they do, and that applies to everybody on the roster, including the guy at the plate, by the way, who swings the bat with a golf grip.
And the Brewers try to change him a little bit. When he arrived with the Padres on a trade, they said, you know what, we're not going to mess with you. Go do your thing. And you talked about the golf grip, which is very unusual, Matty. You see him wearing no batting gloves. Now, as a kid, he couldn't afford batting gloves. When he got to Junior Pony League, they gave him batting gloves, and he said, no good. I'm okay. I'll stay without batting gloves. And he stayed without batting gloves ever since.
Oh, and 2 the count to Trent Grisham, who has struck out twice tonight. Golf grip or not, he has seen his fill of dust in May. So when we say golf grip, we'll show you what we're talking about here. It's like one of those old Ted Williams videos. Line up your knuckles, hips before hands. But that is not a standard baseball bat grip.
Got time.
And he wants time.
And Grisham, very deliberate at the plate. He really tries to control the tempo. You see him calling timeout a lot. A contact guy, a dynamic young guy, but with supreme confidence.
Ball and 2 strikes. I mean, this ball gets by Austin Barnes, and Tatis is at second base.
Yeah, nice pick here.
Tatis has stolen twice in 3 attempts this year. And he's been kind of bluffing off the bag pretty regularly here. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's trying to get a jump, and this is a great count for Tatis to take off. 2-2. This will be an action pitch, a put-away pitch. The problem is for the Padres is he's getting healthy. Do you risk running him and banging up that shoulder?
There he goes. Pitch taken high. Barnes throws down too late. Second bag of the night for San Diego. As a team, they're league leading 28th.
I mean, 6'3", 217 pounds, and just runs like a strong safety. Perfect pitch to throw. Perfect throw from Barnes, and still makes it easily and smartly goes in feet first to protect that shoulder.
Look at that. Helmet comes off. A little salad flip. Dude.
The swag, the hair.
Look at that. He's not trying to be cool. He just can't help it.
He can't help it. He cannot help it.
Cover of the video game. Got it all working. And he represents the tying run here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Grisham is battled back in the count. Sharply hit the second for Taylor. Tatis to third with 2 gone. Hey, a reminder, download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and for the rest of the league.
Now that base is an important base because now he's at third base. The wild pitch comes into play. You saw Barnes with a nice pick. As a hitter, you may want to look a little bit higher in the zone. In one bobble from an infielder, tie game.
Boy, they really let Manny Machado have it here, don't they? I mean, you close your eyes, you think it's Barry Bonds digging in there. And by the way, Barry Bonds never had a 5 home run series at this ballpark the way Tatis has.
That's hard to believe.
You got to think, creeping up on 90 pitches, and that's a number that the Dodgers watch pretty closely with their young guys. Buehler, May. This might be the last hitter for Dustin tonight.
This is definitely his last hitter.
Left-handed batter's waiting next, and it's a ball and a strike now to Machado.
And May's going to attack Machado 2 ways. Sinkers in, sliders away. And you have to be anticipating that slider to hit the dirt. And if it gets away from Barnes, even if it's 5 feet, you should be able to score. Here's the sinker.
May creeping up on his season high pitch count. We talked about that great start in Seattle on Monday. Tough luck loser up there that night despite 5 innings with 8 strikeouts. He's punched out 10 tonight. And he's 2 pitches away from matching that pitch count. 2 balls and a strike to Machado. Even 2-2. May trying to finish with an exclamation point tonight.
Be another slider. Anticipate it.
Well, at 23 years old, Dustin May is the youngest Dodger starter with a 10 strikeout performance in 10 years. Clayton Kershaw back in the day.
Sinker.
Jammed him, and Machado sends a little fly ball out to left for Seager to retire the side. What a start by Dustin May. Still a 2-1 LA lead. ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. That is a tremendous picture. The great Vin Scully showing off his World Series ring. Forever voice of baseball. Sheldon Noisy pinch hitting against the new pitcher Nick Ramirez, and on the first swing, his second career homer. Pump up the Noisy.
And a first pitch changeup here to Noisy. Coming out hot out of the bench. A terrific swing. And a great sound.
And a rocket off the bat of Mookie Betts that just about knocks down Fernando Tatis. 2 pitches, 2 big swings against the new Padre reliever.
Shortstop, number 5, Corey Seager.
We say this, watch your teeth here. It should be a straight base hit, 103 off the bat. self-defense and a base hit for Betts. Good try there by Tatis. Nothing you can do.
Pinch hit homer, a single, and a foul ball now off the bat of Corey Seager. We didn't even have a chance to really establish the changeup specialist, Nick Ramirez. Steady diet of cambios for this guy. At the start of this outing, did not have an ERA, but that goes up with the homer. Converted first baseman who last appeared Friday in Game 2 of the series. Somebody pinched Sheldon Noisy. Seager with a base hit back up the middle. Betts aggressively taking the turn, heading for third, throws off line, and here come the Dodgers with runners at the corners and nobody out.
Here's a base hit and great base running here by Betts. Right in front of him, doesn't need a third base coach, and just dares him. Throw me out. First and third, and the Dodgers are set up.
Four pitches, four swings, each of them making contact against Nick Ramirez. There's Sheldon Noisy. Oh man, is he having a weekend. The dude had been around a little bit, some big league time with the A's. Had never hit a homer until last night. And then he hits a pinch hit homer on the first pitch he sees today. Thursday was that homer, beg your pardon. A ball and a strike to Justin Turner.
The Dodgers had 3 hits coming into this inning. They get 3 hits in the first 4 pitches from Ramirez.
You know, you get the ball back on your first homer, right? Your first career homer. What about your second? Is it old hat by? Did he try to get that one back too?
No.
The ball? No. Sheldon was going to give that home run souvenir, the first one, along with the lineup card. He was asking for it to his dad as a souvenir for the game room. Oh, Justin Turner makes contact and allowed out into center field for Grisham. It tags and scores Betts. 4-1 Dodgers.
First baseman number 13, Max Muncy.
And that RBI, even though Justin Turner gets it in his box, credit Mookie Betts for daring the defense and going first to third on a ball where he's probably the only guy in the American League that tries to go first to third.
Nick Ramirez looking to restore a little order now against Max Muncy, who has walked 3 times tonight.
That's what happens when you get
Muncy's had 3+ plate appearances, and he's seen 18 pitches today. Two balls and no strikes. By the way, prior to that pinch hit home run, about the only wart on the Dodgers offensive profile this year had been their pinch hitters. They had been just 2 for 22. Worst among all National League teams, believe it or not. They better get some Sheldon Noisy jerseys in the souvenir store.
They're ordered, baby.
There's a strike. And there's ball 4. 4 walks tonight for Max Muncy.
And Matty, we talked about Betts being respected and revered in that Dodger clubhouse. Watch Justin Turner's reaction. Most players would be standing at second base. Mookie Betts goes first to third. JT says, "Hey, big fella, thank you for that steak." That's one way to get those guys around to appreciate you and love you. And that doesn't go into stats. Nobody's looking at that. But JT and those teammates and that manager and that coaching staff, that's why Mookie Betts is Mookie Betts.
A quick reminder, tomorrow, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on ESPN+. The first of a 3-game series between the Twins and Indians. To get ESPN+, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. Runners at first and second. Max Muncy enjoying his 4th career 4-walk game. Chris Taylor has reached on an error tonight. I mean, it's just the weirdest offensive profile. 15 base runners, only 6 hits.
But they just keep leaning on you, leaning on you. At some point, they're going to get into that bullpen and they're going to make the big hit.
Time.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Taylor. David Price getting closer to being ready to enter the game. I think he's ready. He's just staying hot. And David will come on in the top of the 7th inning to face the middle of the San Diego order. A couple of left-handers start things for San Diego. And there's A.J. Pollock, who's grabbed a bat. Pollock will bat for Beatty next. 3-0. You know, when these two teams met in the division series last year, Game 2 was one for the ages. That was the one with a Bellinger catch, and then Muncy and Betts were shushing Machado back in the dugout. Jansen struggled. Joe Kelly barely hang on right. It was an epic game. The following night, the clincher, Game 3, was a dud and a boat race. Taylor with a drive, well hit to center field, and that one's gone. Welcome back to the starting lineup, Chris Taylor.
And the former wrestler on a 3-0 pitch. A fastball away, just stays through it, gets deep. A sensational approach. Exactly what you have to do with left-handed. Hit the ball up the middle and the other way. Great balance, not an overswing, but a perfect swing.
That is number 4 for Chris Taylor this year, and the first time he's ever gone deep on a 3-0 pitch. Give him the green light. 7-1 Los Angeles. And by the way, the dude that caught that ball in the bleachers is the same kid that caught Tatis's homer. Wow, we got a ball hawk out there.
Pretty good, 2 for 2.
That was Austin Adams up in the bullpen for San Diego. A.J. Pollock pinch hitting. There's a base hit to right. I think that might be the end of the line for Nick Ramirez. We're going to show you Chris Taylor's homer again, because we want to see the dude. We want to get a make on the dude. That is the same guy. Unmistakably the same kid.
Great catch.
Yeah. Is that Walker Buehler?
It's a ball down.
I thought we were talking about Ferris Bueller, but it's not Wrigley Field, it's Dodger Stadium.
Luke Raley sends a fly ball out to center that's handled by Trent Grisham. And there are 2 away.
Catcher number 15, Austin.
That's right, he's getting blown up. Now it helps when there's 15,000 fans instead of 50. Right, your odds go up a little bit when you're trying for the souvenir home run balls, but I still give that dude a lot of credit.
Big night for Justin Turner's jersey. Yeah.
Here's Austin Barnes, the 9th Dodger to bat in the inning. LA erupting for 5 in the bottom of the 6th inning. That's a new seating area, by the way. And I think the Dodgers bill them as home run seats. So true to the promotion. Both souvenirs gobbled up right there.
I'll tell you what, it's great to have the fans back in the building. But I'll tell you, in a regular season, and Buster, I know you're there would be 19 sellouts. Obviously, it's not the case right now. But how electric is it in the building at Dodger Stadium?
Oh, compared to last year, especially.
Barnes chops a little ground ball to Cronenworth. LA bats around. They played 5 more runs, and at least one fan, he threw the first one back. The second one was a keeper. Having a good time in LA tonight. Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. A look at the upcoming schedule on ESPN this week. Cubs and Braves Monday at 7. Red Sox Mets the following night. Alex, Buster, and I'll have the Mets and Phillies a week from tonight, 7 p.m. A lot of hardware, a lot of Gold Glove Awards, Silver Sluggers, a recent World Series Commissioner's Trophy. Chris Taylor stays in the game and moves to left field. Couple of changes. Sheldon Noisy takes over at second. And a new pitcher. Former Cy Young Award winner David Price. Hard to imagine that the Dodgers were as good as they were last year, winning a World Series title, and David Price didn't pitch. What a play by Justin Turner. Oh no, it got through, and it's a base hit for Eric Hosmer. Beg your pardon.
And David Price, former Cy Young winner, fastball, cutter, circle change, and a curveball. And Buster from Vanderbilt.
Oh yeah, he's got the secret code.
Working in relief this year, a role that he had some exposure to from his Boston days. Here's Cronenworth now with the leadoff hitter aboard, and Cronenworth has a base hit. So offerings at the first 2 pitches from Price, each resulting in a base hit, and San Diego has something cooking here in the 7th.
And the Padres greeting the Dodgers lefty just like the Dodgers greeted the Padres lefty, aggressively, early, and hard. Good approach there.
I mean, yes, it's a 6-run game, but San Diego's ability to answer back last year is a big reason why they were a postseason team. They answered back with at least one run in 40% of the innings that the opponent scored. That was a major league leading number. Here's Mateo now. You know, finishing the thought on Price being used as a reliever in Boston was a role that he was handed somewhat reluctantly. He had a lot of success in relief in Boston, but he always considered himself the starting pitcher, and I think the equivalent was the position player that felt like he was being pushed into a DH role too early. So David pushed back just enough, got back into the rotation, and helped lead the Red Sox to a World Series win in 2018. This year things are a little different. Price didn't pitch last year. He opted out during the pandemic. The rotation is loaded, and he is willing to do whatever's asked of him this year, including pitch in relief. Mateo off the end of the bat, and that is a foul ball.
Alex, when you get a situation like that, when a superstar player, a former Cy Young Award winner like Price, accepts a reduction in role, what does that do with the rest of the roster of the clubhouse?
Well, it just puts everybody in the right position. You know, fortunately for David Price, he has two great managers with two fantastic personalities in Alex Cora and Dave Roberts, both black belt communicators. Alex Cora did a terrific job with Price, and the same is true for Roberts. And I think the respect that Price has, who's a very smart young man, that he has for Cora and Roberts is the reason why both transitions were very smooth.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Mateo.
Alex, I think it also, in the clubhouse, what I've heard from Dodger people is really just reinforces the tone of, you know what, the focus is winning the World Series. Everybody doing what they're asked to do to try to win a World Series.
Absolutely.
And Price comes back to record the strikeout, 1 gone.
Good changeup there, 3-2 changeup by Price. Pulled the string, 85 miles an hour, playing off the fastball. Pulls it nicely, fades away. Vintage David Price.
San Diego still looking for their first hit with a runner in scoring position tonight. 0 for 6 for the game. And it's Jurickson Profar now turning around, batting from the right side. Profar just 1 for 13 from this side of the plate.
Last year they were known as Slam Diego. This year they still have no 3-run homer and no grand slams this year.
Yeah, that was, I mean, what a run they went on last year. The major league record, 4 straight games with a slam, grand slam in 5 out of 6 games during that stretch. And there was a lot of unlicensed merch created. It said Slam Diego.
Can you explain that?
Well, you had a lot of, chocolate brown and mustard Slam Diego shirts that mysteriously did not incorporate an official logo. Enterprising young folks were making a couple of bucks on it.
All right.
I don't know if the team ever trademarked it, though. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Jurickson Profar.
Sounds like they need to be in Shark Tank.
That's right. Get a hold of those guys.
1-2, guys.
Now that's an old starter's jacket. The dude's got the orange and blue logo. That's ripped right out of the '98 season. Kid wasn't even born then. But I respect the nod to the old school. Oh, a tapper that's bobbled by Noisy, and everybody's safe. And guess what? They're in slam range.
And when this ball's hit, Price is thinking maybe double play, at least get one, or you get none. And Price does a nice job of getting out of the way here. And the mistake from Noisy there is he's thinking 2 when he should just be thinking 1. Outs at a premium at this point of the game.
So it's an error charge to the second baseman, Sheldon Noisy, and now Victor Caratini has an opportunity to make it a 2-run game. Will Myers waiting on deck, and Caratini rips it to left field. Taylor's up and throwing. Cronenworth scores the trailing run, a 2-run RBI knock by Victor Caratini, and the Padres indeed punch right back. Just a 4-run deficit here in the 7th.
Good hitting here, and very aggressive base running by the Padres. Down by 6, still pushing the envelope. Great try by Seager, 6'4". Couldn't make the play.
And Mark Pryor comes out to chat with David Price, who's given up 3 hits and has only 1 away, and it gets Brusdar Graterol up in a hurry.
Grubhub perks give you deals on all the food that makes your boogie. Get the food you love with perks from Grub What You Love.
Still a ways to go, but San Diego encouraged by the fact that they've counterpunched here, and 2 of those runs have come right back. Now Will Myers has an opportunity. The tying run stands in the on-deck circle. Myers a non-starter tonight. And this might be a much better matchup for Will against the lefty David Price than it was against Dustin May, the starter. Tatis waiting on deck.
And Tatis would not be facing David Price. This should be David Price's last hitter, and a dangerous one in Myers.
Ball.
A ball and a strike to count to Myers. Will getting a day again as a non-starter. The Pods feel like he might be perhaps getting a little pull conscious at this point in the schedule, giving him a day off based on the matchup. Will breaks his bat on the ground for Turner to second for 1. The double play. San Diego settles with 2 in their half of the second. Everybody loves baseball traditions, so stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Jim Beam. Let's take a look at our Geico game track for this series finale. Los Angeles trying to hang on and split this 4-game series with rival San Diego. They've got a 4-run lead as they bat in the bottom half of the 7th. The big inning for the Dodgers, the 5-run bottom of the 6th that included a pinch hit homer by Sheldon Noisy and a 3-run blast by Chris Taylor. Great start tonight by Dustin May. Struck out double digits for the first time in his career. It is Noisy leading things off for the Dodgers in their half of the 7th against a new pitcher for San Diego, right-hander Austin Adams.
Slider City. 85% sliders, 15 fastballs.
Adams pitched in the series opener on Thursday, and that after working the finale against the Brewers the previous night. So that meant back-to-back days for the first time this season. Wow. 12 of the 30 batters he's faced this year have gone down via the strikeout.
Center fielder, number 50.
So now Mookie Betts, a true 5-tool talent, and some numbers to back that up. 303 average, top 10 since 2018. Top 20 in homers since 2016. He runs top 10 total as well. And yes, the 106 defensive runs saved leads all outfielders, and he's got the arm to match. All 5 tools for Mookie Betts.
And Manny, don't forget, he was a second baseman. He was behind Pedroia. They moved him to the outfield, the Red Sox did. And what has he done? MVP, 2 World Championships, MVP. And many years ago when he was an A-ball, he was struggling so bad that he called home and he said, you know what? I'm coming home. I'm going to go back to Nashville and play college basketball. I have a Division I scholarship waiting for me. And his mom talked him out of it. Needless to say, great decision.
Well, his value in baseball is it's not something that a lot of modern players can claim. If you look at his WAR per 162, so per a full season, he's on this list with the Hall of Fame roll call. He and Mike Trout, the only active players that can match up with the likes of Hornsby and Williams. So that says that having Mookie Betts on your team means you are almost 9 games better than if you didn't have him on your team.
Wow.
Boy, Slider City is right with this dude, huh? He's like a modern-day Larry Anderson.
And Matty, just to tell you how gritty, his character, perseverance. In 2013, he was not even top 30 prospects for Baseball America. So he's had to come from the bottom.
Well, he will be a part of the landscape in LA for the foreseeable future.
Indeed.
One of my favorite stories about Mookie Betts when he was, of course, as he rose through the Red Sox organization and he was putting up some numbers, he was gaining a reputation as being a guy who was going to make an impact in the big leagues. And he played in a spring training game. John Farrell was the manager, and Mookie walked into the dugout, and John Farrell looked at him and he thought, that's Mookie Betts? Because he's not this big hulking guy. But Mookie demonstrated what an incredible athlete he is.
Yeah, Buster, I remember having dinner with Big Papi.
Oh, they see went around. Wow. Back-to-back punch-outs for Adams. I want to see this one again.
So the slider has some serious bite. And you get Mookie Betts to do this.
Yeah.
Good call. You don't see Betts check swinging a lot like that. So very good slider from Adams.
Okay, give me your Big Papi story.
So we're out to dinner. He has great cologne on. He smells great. He's got the big chain on. And he said, well, I'll give it to you next inning.
You can't sneak it in, huh? Stay tuned, everybody. Big Papi story after the break.
Who's the most exciting player in baseball?
Most exciting player in baseball?
Holy moly, you're killing me right now. Most exciting right now, I gotta say Tatis.
Tatis.
For me, it's Tatis.
He's putting the game back on the map.
He just does things that people aren't thinking about doing.
Boy, when a lot of the players that most fans consider among the most exciting in baseball, when they agree on that question, it's pretty powerful.
That's impressive. There's no better compliment than your peers saying that you're good, that you're the best, and he is the most entertaining.
Fernando Tatis Jr. has homered again tonight. He is the first to face the new reliever for Los Angeles as Brusdar Graterol enters. Patrick Mahomes has taken notice, watching tonight and tweeting.
That would be Royals owner Patrick Mahomes.
That's
yes.
right. Hey, his club's playing pretty well, by the way, too. Don't snooze on the Royals this year.
And Mahomes thought about playing baseball long term. Heck of a baseball player. Son, of course, of Patrick Mahomes Sr. He's my teammate in Texas. A great guy. Buster, you covered him with the Mets. Great smile, great teammate, good stuff. And, of course, Mahomes now the all-world's best quarterback.
Tatis, Grisham, and Machado. First thing you think of when Brusdar Graterol faces Fernando Tatis Jr. is last year's division series. We talked about that thrilling Game 2 in Arlington. Tatis hit the ball that Bellinger made the amazing catch on as Graterol walks him to lead things off. In fact, let's show it to you. I mean, this game was filled with so many twists and turns and so much great drama. A lot of us there that night thought he got it, and Bellinger literally stole it back. Graterol celebrated with this glove toss. I mean, what a play that was. And then the Graterol glove toss. People are like, what is he doing?
That was fantastic. Great glove toss. I was wondering, who was he throwing it at?
It was just a weird celebration. The emotion was so great. Leadoff hitter report now for Trent Grisham.
So can I go back to my Poppy story?
Oh, yeah.
His cologne?
We cliffhanger.
Yeah. So we're in Newberry Street. We're having, in Boston. Great place to go to dinner. They call me all type of names in the street, but I had Big Poppy, so I had a little protection. He had the chain. He smelled great. And he says, Matty, we're having a drink. And he says, we have this guy, man. He's in the minor leagues. His name is Mookie Betts. Rod, I'm telling you right now, this guy can play basketball. He can bowl. I said, Poppy, can he play baseball? He said, man, can he play baseball? He's going to be an MVP. And he's going to be the next leader of the Boston Red Sox for the next 2 decades.
Wow.
He got the first part right.
He nailed
2 decades.
Yeah, right. He nailed most of the story.
He was dead on. And when Poppy or Manny or Pedro or some of those guys that are savants in baseball, when they give you a compliment like that, that's when I knew this is a kid I got to watch. And when I saw him, special.
There it is. Boom. Mic drop. A ball and a strike to count to Manny Machado. 1-2. That is easy gas for this kid, right? 98 doesn't look like he's breaking a sweat. Two balls and 2 strikes to count to Machado, who's hitless tonight. As we mentioned,
Kenley Jansen not available tonight. He's been pitching a lot. So if you're the Padres, you want to chip away, get it into a 1 or 2 run lead here going into the 9th. Put some pressure on these Dodgers.
Yeah, the Dodger bullpen is not at 100%, not by a long shot. And Jansen unavailable, as you mentioned. Victor Gonzalez is up in the bullpen. They're without Dennis Santana. Runner goes, and Machado sends a base hit in center field. Just when you thought nobody hitting runs anymore, the Pods pull it off. Runners at the corners now.
And I like what the Padres did. There's a little hit-and-run baseball here, still keeping the pressure on. High 90s fastball, Machado going with the pitch beautifully. And the Padres continue to come at you. They're not going to quit with great attitude. And they're in this game. No Jansen 4-run lead. You get it to a 1 or 2 run lead, you have action.
Yeah, the dying art of the hit and run, and here's the proof. Granted, it was a shortened season, but if you prorate the 60-game schedule, there would have been only 154 hit and run plays last year. Those numbers are dwindling every season. Gratterall removed in favor of Victor Gonzalez. The plot thickens. We'll be right back. ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. A lot of twists and turns that have taken us to the top of the 8th inning, where San Diego refuses to go away into the night. They have put runners at first and third. They've chased a couple relievers, and now Los Angeles will try Victor Gonzalez, who had such a fine rookie season in 2020. His first pitch to Eric Hosmer's lined into right field. That scores Tatis and makes it 7-4 Dodgers.
Second baseman number 9.
This is an area of concern for Los Angeles. I mean, in terms of tonight, the tying runs coming to the plate, but Buster, big picture, it is not a healthy bullpen right now.
No, it really isn't. We talked about all the Dodgers injuries before. Well, the other day they lost Corey Knebel, a key part of their late inning relief group. He had sensation in his triceps. What Dave Roberts told us today is 6 to 8 weeks. Their hope is he pitches again this year. Joe Kelly's going to come back, but that's not going to be till early May. So they're a little short-handed right now, man.
Jake Cronenworth is the tying run for San Diego. He's got a couple of hits tonight that snapped him out of an 0 for 19.
It's in.
Eric Hosmer didn't wait long. First pitch, left-hander, RBI single. That guy has got a nose for the RBI like very few other players. Remember Hosmer in the World Series run the Royals had in 2015? He drove in 17 runs in 16 games. If there are guys that kind of take it to the next level on the big stage, RBI opportunities, that's Hosmer.
Always been a big-time player, a great leader. He's only Padre hitting over 300 with men in scoring position, 357 going into that at-bat. The rest of the team, 214.
1-1 to Cronenworth. One out, a run in, runners at first and second in the San Diego 8th. A one-time 7-1 Los Angeles lead has eroded a bit here. 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th for the Padres. Cronenworth's another one of these guys that's tough to strike out. Talking about that regarding Muncy all night. The only players in baseball with a lower whiff rate are like two elite non-strikeout guys. David Fletcher of the Angels, Nick Madrigal of the White Sox. And then it's Cronenworth.
Only misses 9.9% of his time. Contact guy.
A man after your own heart.
Love it.
2-2. It's a tough take to fill the count. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dustin May was so efficient tonight. He didn't even really get into bad counts. It's been a different story now that the Pods are into the bullpen. And there's ball 4. We talked about the Padres being in slam range. The go-ahead run digs in at the plate with the bases loaded and one away. Jorge Mateo tonight is 0 for 3. He was pressed into duty when Tommy Pham exited the game after his first plate appearance with an injury. And he takes a knee-high strike. And check Mateo's line. He's 0 for 2. It was Pham that had that first plate appearance. Mark Pryor's been on that phone all night. First 7 innings of this game, the Pods got to a 3-ball count only twice. Since then, they've been in 3 3-ball counts. 0-2 to Mateo.
And Matt, you mentioned Tommy Pham leaving the game. The Padres announced a couple innings ago that he left the game with left calf tightness.
Those can take a while, Buster. It didn't look good when it came out of the box. If you're the Padres here, you have to scratch 1 or 2 more here. No strikeouts. Put the ball in play.
Jimmy Nelson last pitched in game 2 of the series Friday night. He's getting hot in a hurry. 0-2 to Mateo. Back up the middle. Noisy to Seager, not in time for the double play. Another run scores. (7-5) Los Angeles.
A little off-speed pitch here. Mateo gets it and does what he does best. Put him up and put him down. A sprinter just outruns the baseball. Big run there for the Padres. And easily beats it.
Guys, it looked like that play was going to be an inning ground ball double play, but then it hit the mound and sort of changed direction slightly, and it seemed to throw the whole timing of the play off of the Dodgers.
Here's Jurickson Profar now. He reached base on an error back in the 7th. We talked about Profar's splits a little earlier. The switch hitter who has been better from the left side of the plate by a long shot this year. So batting on his weaker side here, hitting right. Representing the go-ahead run. The largest comeback win by any team this season is exactly the deficit that San Diego is trying to come back from tonight. The Mariners came back from down 6 against the Twins back on April 11th. And again, LA at one point had a 7-1 lead tonight. Seattle's been quite a story to start the year. They lost today, but off to a 13-9 start, just a game back of Oakland in the AL West. 1-1.
And once it gets to 2 strikes, expect Mateo to be in motion, maybe steal a run here late in the game.
Both bullpens are busy at this juncture. Runners at the corners. The ballman is strike to Profar, and Gonzalez will check in.
He should be staying put, but with 2 strikes, everything's in motion.
Hosmer at third, Mateo at first. Got a good base runner at third and a very fast man at first base. A ball and 2 strikes.
Everything's wild here, Matty. Everything's in motion. As an infielders, you got to be aware. If something fancy's coming, be heads up. Communicate.
One-two. If Mateo's not taking the kind of lead at first base that indicates he's real comfortable, although he was running on that pitch. I'm surprised he hasn't tried it earlier in the count.
Well, the reason why you want to get that, give the hitter an opportunity to drive in the run. Once you get 2 strikes, now you're behind the count. Now you're looking to steal a run. That's exactly what they try to do. And Hosmer, be aware, if that ball goes through, you can steal a run. They're not going to throw to second, though.
Still the ball in 2 strikes. San Diego stolen 2 bases tonight to add to their major league leading team total. It's one thing just to have raw totals. Last year they were successful 81% of the time. They also led in percentage last year.
And this is what is called the free bag. If you go to second, Barnes will not throw to second. He'll hold it.
Did he swing it?
I got it.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did. Home plate umpire said he didn't need help. Gonzalez gets Profar to chum in the dirt. And San Diego settles with 2 in the 8th.
When teams covet quarterbacks, they're going to do whatever it takes to get up.
How much are teams overpaying when they trade it for a QB? It's probably about 1 first-round pick.
Sports Center next with Steve Levy and Michael Leaves. They'll have post-game reaction from Dodger Stadium, plus the memorable pitching strikeouts of the week. And KD returns after missing a week with a thigh injury. Sports Center right here on ESPN and on the ESPN app. NFL draft coming up this week. Exciting time. Exciting time in LA. No pro football in San Diego anymore. Sore subject. Don't get anybody started on that. Drew Pomerantz is the new pitcher on the mound for the Padres. He gets the bottom of the 8th. Turner, Muncy, and Taylor for Los Angeles. An all-star with San Diego before traveling around a bit, reestablishing his star in Milwaukee. And another guy, Busker, who has benefited from the deeper dive into analytics.
Oh, there's no question about it. It's part of the reason why we see relievers time and again. Teams, you'll see a guy who might be struggling a little bit, but then they'll make some adjustments, and all of a sudden they'll become one of the most coveted relievers in baseball. His stock was on the rise going into 2020.
Justin Turner caught looking. And 1 gone for Pomerantz in the 8th.
Yeah, it's fastball, curveball, and right there's his signature pitch, the knuckle curveball.
Number 13, Max.
Justin did not like it. At the top of the strike zone. Could have gone either way. For the Padres, you want to keep him right there. Tatis is up 3rd. So you want to get a base runner on and get Mr. Tatis to make some history and hit a 2nd home run, perhaps. You can't say he won't do it, right?
No, you're right.
I mean,
there's no unreasonable expectation for this guy. All right, there are 2 pitches for strikes to Max Muncy. He takes them both. He's behind 0-2. I want to see what happens if somebody throws him 3 strikes to start a plate appearance.
Call me when he's 3-2.
He's walked 4 times tonight. And Pomerantz gets him. Attack.
And a beautiful sequence there. Curveball, and just a 4-seam cheese. Top of the zone with good ride. Attack, attack, attack.
Well, you have to like what you've seen from these last two San Diego relievers. Between Austin Adams and Drew Pomerantz. They've faced 5 hitters and struck out 4 of them. Here's Taylor now. And he takes a strike. Taylor's big 3-run homer in the 6th made it 7-1. And again, since that time, San Diego's chipped away to give themselves a chance in the 9th. Is it actually cold in Southern California tonight?
I was there Thursday night. It was about 55. It was chilly and perfect.
Taylor sends a ball to right. Mateo lays out and it gets past him. A calculated risk by Mateo, and Taylor ends up at third.
Great effort, but inexperience from Mateo late in the game. 2 outs. If you're not sure, keep that ball in front of you. Single is much better than a triple. You want to try this early in the game. Late, you want to be more conservative. 3-run bomb and now a tripper for Taylor.
Well, now the Dodgers have a chance to tack on what would be a very important insurance run, and they'll go to their bench for the catcher Will Smith. Smith started behind the plate yesterday and went 2 for 4. 3 for his last 7 in the series. Jimmy Nelson up in the LA bullpen. He's been up a couple of times tonight. We're assuming Jimmy will work the 9th. And it's a ball and no strikes to the pinch hitter. They're going to walk him. And I get it, right? Right-handed batter and a guy who's had a good nose for the RBI. And now the Dodgers will pinch hit again. And DJ Peters will have an opportunity with runners at the corners. Peters made his major league debut in Game 2 of the series on Friday as a late substitution into the game. Played yesterday and struck out once in an 0 for 2 night. So DJ looking for his first major league hit.
Matt, remember I mentioned all those players they took in the 2016 draft? Well, he was a 4th rounder. Another one.
Man, another one. You weren't kidding about that.
That's a ball.
A ball and a strike to count to DJ Peters. Drafted out of Western Nevada College. Proof that if you are good, they will find you.
Indeed, they will.
Two balls and a strike. Smith running on the pitch gets into second. Stolen base for Will Smith puts runners at second and third with 2 gone. Caratini doing his best to try to steal a strike there. Instead, they fall behind 3 balls and a strike now. 2-out triple. An intentional walk and a stolen base later. And it's 3 balls and a strike to DJ Peters. Full count now.
And a little bloop single here makes it 9-5, and you don't have to worry about Tatis.
Again, Tatis would bat third, will bat third in the top of the 9th. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the pinch hitter rookie DJ Peters. Got him. 95-mile-an-hour fastball shuts down the threat. San Diego goes to the 9th, trailing by 2. From the NL West this week to the NL East a week from tonight for the Mets and Phillies next Sunday 7 Eastern right here on ESPN. A matter of determining a fate tonight. Some changes defensively for Los Angeles. Mookie Betts goes to right. DJ Peters in center. And the new pitcher for Los Angeles looking to close it out and earn a save is the former Brewer Jimmy Nelson.
Got a good fastball, over the top curveball, and a slider.
Switch hitting catcher Victor Caratini will lead it off. The backup catcher Luis Campusano bats next. He'll pinch hit in the 9th spot, and then it would be Tatis. So clearly getting a man on is imperative here for San Diego to set up Tatis. A ball and a strike to Caratini.
Padres looking for a bloop and a blast.
Jimmy Nelson, a starter for most of his major league career, for losing a couple of years of it because of injuries. This is his first career save opportunity, and if he converts, he would be the 5th Dodger to earn a save this season. And there's a broken bat flare that drops in. Caratini's aboard, and the tying run comes to the plate in the top of the 9th.
Well, Matty, you're halfway there. The bloop and then the blast. There's your bloop. A broken bat. Fought single. Barely. Out of the hands of JT at third base.
Pinch hitter number 21, Luis.
Great try. Game of inches. A great shot.
Well, because of the injury to Tommy Pham early, Jace Tingler had to go to his bench a lot sooner than he thought he would tonight. And that means that this man, Luis Campusano, the 22-year-old catcher, is the last available position player for San Diego this evening. That'll make for some interesting decisions if this game requires extra innings. Campusano's dying for a hit. He's 0 for his last 10. And behind 0-2.
And the Dodgers are dying for a ground ball double play here. The only thing that Campusano can't do is hit into a double play, so you don't take the bat away from Tatis.
Oh, 2 pitch in the air out to center field for Peters. And Tatis will bat as the tying run with 1 away. What a series it's been for Fernando Tatis Jr. And the fun started on Friday. 2 homers against Clayton Kershaw, which included the 2 hardest hit homers that he's ever been responsible for. And one of them, the second, was the hardest hit ball that Kershaw has ever allowed. Then he got 2 more homers against Trevor Bauer yesterday. And for good measure, he adds a homer tonight against Dustin May in the 4th. And it hasn't happened very often in franchise history. 5 in a 3-game span.
And if you're Tatis, one thing is guaranteed. You're going to get nothing inside. So lean out over the plate. He hit a ball for a home run of Bauer yesterday, 5 or 6 inches off the plate for a home run. So cut the 17-inch plate in half, dive, snorkel, and go for the bomb.
He is the tying run here in the 9th. Sells out on the slider that time, a ball and a strike.
Alex, why wouldn't he get anything inside?
That's the one place where he can hurt you. Of the 5 home runs, 4 of them have been pulled. He has a tough shoulder. And the rule of thumbs, late in the game, do not get beat in, get beat away.
Yes, he did. I got it.
You could hear Jim Reynolds say it himself. He calls that strike on the swing. Yes, he did. And it's a ball and 2 strikes now to Tatis.
I'll tell you, that's where I love to see Jim Reynolds, who's had such a good game, check with the first base umpire. That's what he's there for. Players get more upset about not asking than the actual call.
The 1-2. And Tatis sends a ball to left field, a base hit.
This young man is just incredible. The ability to keep your composure, 2-strike hitting, and you don't become a power hitter, but you become a hitter, thinking small. This is not a home run swing, but this is I'm going to compete swing. Tony Gwynn, the great Tony Gwynn, never struck out more than 40 times in 1 year. He only struck out 3 times in a game. And that was against a Dodger at old Jack Murphy Stadium. That was a Tony Gwynn approach by Tatis.
Trent Grisham now, a ball past Turner into left field. Caratini's going to score. It's a 1-run game. Wow.
We got a ball game talking about Tony Gwynn. Grisham with a Tony Gwynn approach to the 5.6 hole right there. That's what made Tony Gwynn great. And great base running on the backside. And a great inning so far for the Padres, Matty. Not only hitting, but Tatis on the back end. Don't take for granted how hard it is to go from first to third on a hard base hit to left field. And you saw Mookie Betts do it earlier. This is what makes this game so great, is the little things, the nuances. Watch Tatis on the backside, secondary, and then just starts running. Like he's running the 440, just sprinting it. First to third is a game changer compared to first and second. Wow.
San Diego has its bullpen up now with Emilio Pagan and Mark Melancon. They can smell an opportunity to pitch in the bottom half of the 9th. Here's Machado, tying run 90 feet away with 1 gone. And Manny sends a base hit back up the middle. Tatis scores. This game is tied at 7.
Santa Maria!
I couldn't have said it better myself.
This is incredible. I cannot believe we're getting paid for this. This is unbelievable. Machado, Tatis. Great at-bats. We talked about Tony Gwynn. Every single one of these at-bats have been a Tony Gwynn at-bat. Not trying to do too much. No launch angle. Just basic, good baseball. Fundamentals. First to third again.
Two runs on 4 hits in the inning. And the Padres have come all the way back from down 7-1. And now an opportunity for perhaps their most clutch RBI man. Eric Hosmer bats with the go-ahead run 90 feet away and only 1 gone. Kenley Jansen will not pitch tonight, unavailable after a 4-out save yesterday.
And Hosmer will be swinging early and often.
Last 3 pitches from Jimmy Nelson have been turned around into base hits. And for that reason, I agree with you. I think Hosmer's looking to jump him too.
Has been terrific this year with man in scoring position. The one guy that's been Mr. Clutch all year.
Two more hits, adding to his team leading total. Oh, that one's yanked. And that's going to advance Machado to second.
This takes the double play out of hand. This has to bring the Dodger infield in. And this is a huge play here for the Padres, guaranteeing 2 more at-bats.
Machado's being credited with the stolen base there, so he was, in the eyes of the scorer at least, moving before that ball was in the dirt. What does this do for your appetite to face Eric Hosmer now?
Very little.
Yeah. Ooh. Breaking ball for a strike.
With bringing the infield in, Matty, what it also does, it allows Machado to get a huge secondary lead, meaning on any base hit, it will be 9-7. So Machado should be way off on the secondary.
Went back out there again with that same breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike now. Machado has been San Diego's best hitter with runners in scoring position this year.
And Machado should get way off. He doesn't have to worry about the umpire behind him, Seager's in front of him, all the troubles in front of him. Get a huge secondary. I would just walk Hosmer. I wouldn't even mess around with him.
Hosmer, I beg your pardon.
Hosmer.
3 balls and a strike to Hosmer.
Just put him on.
I mean, I was thinking that when it was 1-0.
I mean, you're playing with fire here. He's
Agreed.
the hottest hitter. You got a base open. Put the double play.
This is Jimmy Nelson's mess to try to get out of. There's nobody up behind him in the LA bullpen. 3 balls and a strike to Hosmer. And he walked in ball 4. And we finally now get some bullpen activity for the Dodgers, as Garrett Clevenger has just begun throwing. At the start of the 7th inning, it was 7-1 LA, and this thing was all but salted away for the Dodgers. The Pods battle back, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 2 and counting here in the 9th. Bases loaded, 1 gone.
It's so comforting for the Padres to have their best contact hitter at the plate when you need contact most.
You just didn't think that it was going to matter that LA has stranded 12 runners tonight. It didn't matter, right? They had a big lead. They had a 6-run lead in the 7th. (1-0). And Cronenworth sends a fly ball out to shallow left. Taylor's got it. Grisham isn't going to try it. And it's 2 gone with the bases loaded. Bobby Dickerson is about as steady a third base coach as there is in the game.
Number 3, Jorge Mateo.
And there's no way they were going to roll the dice on that shallow fly ball. At 213 feet, he would have been out by 5 steps. So here's Mateo now. Hitless since entering the game for Tommy Pham, after Pham came out after his first plate appearance tonight.
And if you're Grisham at third, your head's up for the wild pitch. You're anticipating the wild pitch.
Wow, hit the ball, win a stake. That almost airmailed the catcher. 2 balls and no strikes.
Mateo, 25 years old, former shortstop. This is where you want to be really disciplined. This is where experience comes into play. Don't chase. Make it be right down the middle.
It's an okay take, even though it was a strike. The inning started with a Victor Caratini opposite field broken bat single. Luis Camposano flied out as a pinch hitter. And then on consecutive pitches, Tatis, Grisham, and Machado all cashed in with base hits. 2-2. When this game goes to the bottom of the ninth, whether it's headed there tied or with LA trailing, the Dodgers have their 8, 9, and then top of the order hitters. Same part of the order that San Diego sent to the plate this inning. Got him. San Diego able to tie. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th. And a bottom of the 9th is now necessary at Dodger Stadium. Why not? What a season series between these two so far.
Let's go.
Well, we told you kind of tongue-in-cheek when we went on the air tonight that it was a Game 7 because the first 6 games between these two teams were so close, filled with so much drama, and this one has followed suit. Each team has won 3 so far, 11 ties, 5 lead changes, and a one-time 7-1 lead for Los Angeles has turned into a 7-7 tie headed to the bottom half of the 9th. Betts will bat third. San Diego punching for 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. Austin Barnes leads things off for Los Angeles. I mean, you get the sense as Emilio Pagan is on to work for the Padres, you get the sense that these two teams need a break from each other. I mean, this can't continue.
You know, they talk about hangovers after championships. There's hangovers after series. They will be dead. So whoever they're facing the next few days, they might catch a break.
That's a good point. And these two teams don't see one another again until the 3rd week of June. Sliders and fastballs from the veteran right-hander.
Padres fly down to Arizona. Luckily, not a long flight. Arizona's resting.
Barnes, Noisy, and Betts in the LA half of the 9th. Barnes sends a flare the other way. That's going to drop in. Oh, man, that is exactly the way the top of the 9th inning started.
One lucky bloop deserves another.
A catcher with a bloop the other way.
Beautiful. Baseball, Matt. Little jam shot here. Good things happen when you stay inside the baseball. Little lob wedge. With some English on it.
So a pinch hitter now for Los Angeles. Dave Roberts with a few more options on his bench. And one of them has some big time pop. That's Edwin Rios. Sheldon Noisy did his job with a pinch hit homer in the bottom of the 6th inning, part of that 5-run rally. But the Dodgers want a left-handed bat. And we talked about Luis Camposano being hungry for a hit because he was 0 for 10. Ratchet that up for Edwin Rios, who is in an 0 for 16 stretch currently.
Mookie Betts on deck, looking to be the hero.
Rios pinch hitting, that means that Dave Roberts has used all of his position players tonight. And here we go. A ball and no strikes to Rios.
And Rios more of an all or nothing type hitter, obviously not a bunter. Even though it's a bunting situation, he'll be swinging away.
About the only thing that this incredible season series has not had so far is a walk-off. A ball and a strike. We've seen that pretty consistently tonight, that overload in right where Machado is halfway between the cutout and the outfield wall. Winning run at first with nobody out. A ball and a strike to Edwin Rios. Swinging a high fly ball for Profar. Just doesn't happen very often that the Dodgers give up a lead like this. I mean, you got to go back 10 years.
Wow.
So the winning run at first with one away now for Betts, who has a single in 5 trips to the plate tonight. All 3 of Mookie's career walk-off hits are in a Red Sox uniform.
Looking for a signature moment here early in 21. Got a good pitch to hit here. And Mookie just a little tardy on this. Just a little tardy.
And that's the look of a man who knew it.
Yeah.
Nothing in 1 from Pagan. Oh, and 2 to Betts.
And Matty, trust me, when you come back here in a couple months, these pitches will not be left in the net. Those are pitches that he feasted on, right down the middle. Just a little bit out of rhythm. A little bit more top hand from Betts, and he gets it.
Still 0-2 to Mookie Betts. I mean, we've talked all night about Betts' plate discipline, how good he is at laying off borderline pitches, how when he swings at strikes, he rarely misses them. If you're, we know about Pagan's arsenal, right? We know about what he has. Sliders and fastballs. I don't think Mookie's chasing the slider.
Well, be careful with a Pagan hanging slider, because that will be hammered.
That's out of play. Too close to take.
And the reason why a bad slider will be hammered is Mookie's a little behind. He's a little tardy. His body language, his leg kick is a little late. A hanging slider will act like a BP fastball. Therefore, Mookie Betts will crush it.
Yeah, talking about Mookie not quite being where he will be in June. He's 4 for 19 against the breaking ball so far to start the year. And to your point, those numbers will normalize as we get into the summer. Here we go again, 0-2. But Caratini setting a really wide target. Easy take.
Alex, you see much point in that pitch right there?
I do. I like it. But, you have to see where he's at, right? You're playing chess with Mookie. He's told you he's uncomfortable with the fastball with the 3 pitches. He just told you he's very comfortable seeing the slider. So it's easy. You got to rush him up and just keep going up the ladder. But do not throw a cement mixer, a slider in the strike zone, because it will get hammered. And this game could be over.
Winning run at first with 1 gone. 1-2 to Betts. See, here's why I didn't like that 0-2 slider. That's in the gray zone, according to StatCast and Baseball Savant. That's what's referred to as a waste pitch. So the harder take for Betts there evens the count instead of putting Pagan at 1-2. You've only got so many misses, right, before you're in trouble, and he's got the count leverage.
What I really hated was the last pitch, fastball away. That did nothing.
Wow, and Betts is rung up. Pagan gets a call on a knee-high fastball. I mean, that's a tough one to take. That's a dandy of a pitch.
But if, or that is too close to take.
Yeah. I mean, it missed, but to your point, right, too close to take.
You know, it's a four-seamer. It keeps us playing as a hitter. You're used to that ball sinking down a little bit. It stays on plane. And when you go back and see it, you're saying, boy, that was closer than it looked when I was up at the plate.
So now Corey Seager, the World Series MVP, has a chance here with 2 gone and the winning run aboard. Pagan trying to fade one more out and get this game to extra innings. Ball and no strikes, the count to Seager. The first game of the year between San Diego and Los Angeles also went to extra innings. And it was a game the Dodgers claimed by an 11-6 score at Petco Park. Machado is way out there and right again. Anything into the left field corner and this game's over. And now Seager's behind 1-2.
The runner at first base, Barnes, could try to sneak steal here.
Seager pops it up, and this one is going to extra innings tonight. Pagan holds and will head to the 10th in a 7-7 tie. What a fun night this has been at Dodger Stadium. How about this? In the last 50 seasons, teams trailing by 6 or more runs in the 7th or later, as the Padres did tonight, have a winning percentage of the James Bond number, 007. I mean, come on. San Diego trying to pull off what was considered a near impossible comeback. If they can score here in extra innings and hold. We are in extra innings, where once again, as per last year's rule, and it still applies this season, of course, the hitter that recorded the final out is the runner at second base to start the inning. And in that case tonight, it's Jorge Mateo. So the Pods benefit because they've got their best speed on the entire roster in scoring position for Profar. Here's the bad news. It's the bottom of the order. Profar, Caratini, and Emilio Pagan's going to have to hit. There's a bouncer for Seager. It advances Mateo. And the go-ahead run is at third with one away.
Well, here's the dilemma, Matty. If you're Dave Roberts, you can walk
Number 17, Victor
Caratini to face the pitcher, but that guarantees that Mr. Tatis
right. I don't walk. I come after him. I don't want to have anything to do with Tatis here, right?
So you say it's easy to be a big league manager.
What do you do?
That's a great question. I would walk him.
Okay, you'd
and
walk
go after
him,
the pitcher.
Go after the pitcher, and then roll the dice with Tatis.
Yeah.
Jimmy Nelson continuing. He gave up the 2 runs in the 9th that put the Dodgers in this predicament. And it will not be Pagan to swing the bat, but Ryan Weathers, who is closer removed to his college days, thus his familiarity with swinging a bat. A ball and a strike to Caratini, who's had a really nice night, 2 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. 2 for 4, that is, with a couple of RBIs.
Weathers with 4 professional at-bats, 0 for 4 with a strikeout.
He tried to wrap that breaking ball around the back door. And it's 2 balls and a strike.
Caratini, right man, right spot. Has the infield in. Strong shift.
Two and 2 now. You know, in the case of Ryan Weathers, I should have kind of amend my statement there. Dad David, of course, pitched in the big leagues for such a long time.
Good pitcher. Good stuff. Sinker slider guy. David Weathers.
Yeah, he had committed to go to Vanderbilt, but broke Buster's heart by accepting his draft invitation by the Padres.
I'm bitter.
And Mateo should have a really, really big lead. Turner's fairly out. And any ball on the ground with his speed, with a good secondary, he should score easily.
Full count now.
It was interesting on that play. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see that, Alex, but as the pitch was being delivered, Justin Turner feinted toward third base, like there was going to be a pickoff play or something. Mateo moved back toward the bag.
I saw that, Buster, and the reason why is you want that jab step. You want Mateo to go for the head fake, take one jab to third base, and that can save a run for the Dodgers.
Ball 4. Not the worst fate for Los Angeles. What's the instruction now for Ryan Weathers? If you're whispering one thing into his ear as he steps in to hit with runners at the corners, what's it going to be?
Look out for the safety squeeze. Look out for the safety squeeze, meaning, and this is what they're going to go talk about right here. That's what JT is going to talk about with the catchers and at the mound. Safety squeeze basically means you square around. You can go to first base and third base. Mateo would trail the third baseman. If he throws to first, you walk in. If you bunt to first, he should be able to walk to home with his speed. 2 cracks at it. That's how I would attack it.
Alex, we've seen the Padres run the bases aggressively tonight. Any chance they put on some kind of play with the runners at first and third?
You can walk to second base. They'll never throw it. Mateo would walk home. So Barnes is going to put that ball in his back pocket. And there's your bunt.
And he bunts it foul. Edwin Rios, by the way, has taken over at first base. We should set that piece of news for you. He pinch hit in the previous half inning. That moves Muncy to second. I mean, there have been 36 position players that have been used in this game. Both rosters completely scratched off.
Can I whisper to Weathers again?
Yeah, I want you to whisper to Weathers.
Do not go foul. Make this ball. Have Rios just field it, and we win the game. Or swing away.
A ball and a strike.
I think that's the right play, Matty. Just keep doing it. Just make sure Rios fields that ball. Dent it a little bit more, and Mateo should score fairly easy.
Nelson's 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball taken for a strike. San Diego at minimum trying to stay out of the double play situation to give Tatis a chance next. A ball and 2 strikes. Took a rip, a swing and a miss, and there are 2 gone here in the 10th.
It is why I love the bunt so much, Matty. When you bunt the ball, you put the pressure on the Dodgers. When you're forced to make contact as a pitcher, the pressure goes all on the Padres.
Well, what more can Fernando Tatis Jr. do in this series? He has homered again tonight. Add to that a pair of walks, a single, a stolen base, a total of 3 runs scored. And he's just looking for a base hit to get the go-ahead run home. 0-1 the count to Tatis. Tatis had a first pitch single against Nelson in the 9th. Tried to jump him again. Oh, and 2.
Now you should see this next pitch, the runner in motion at first base.
A 22-year-old phenom for whom no movement is too big.
Should be running here.
0-2 to Fernando Tatis Jr. The historic nature of this weekend for Tatis started with the 2 home runs against Kershaw on Friday, on the 22-year anniversary of his father hitting 2 grand slams in the same inning at this ballpark.
Should be running again.
Oh, look out. And Nelson loses a handle on a fastball. It's a ball and 2 strikes now to Fernando Tatis. No stolen base credited there. Defensive indifference cited with Caratini advancing into second.
And that's a big play. With Tatis' speed, you got to field the ball cleanly and throw the ball across the diamond. The force no longer in play at second.
A ball and 2 strikes.
Good take.
And Alex, are you going to start thinking about maybe pitching around Tatis Jr.? I mean, 2-2 count, first base open.
Oh, absolutely. You throw him your 0-2 pitch 2 more times. Bounce a couple. Now you got to be careful because Mateo with speed. If a ball even just gets away a little bit, 8-7 score.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Got him swinging. Jimmy Nelson with a big strikeout to give the Dodgers a chance to walk it off. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning in a still 7-7 game. Bottom of the 10th inning still tied at 7 as Jimmy Nelson is able to keep the Padres at bay. And so now Los Angeles starts with a runner at second base. That'll be Corey Seager. He recorded the final out in the bottom of the 9th. And the Padres have a new pitcher. Left-hander Tim Hill will work the bottom of the 10th. His number's been called off in this year. This is his 12th appearance of the season, a sub-2 ERA. He was unscored upon through his first 8 outings of the year. Hill gets Turner, Muncy, and Taylor. Again, with the winning run in scoring position. And a super chalky cap.
Side armor, fastball slider. Fastball jumps on you a little bit.
Leading off for the Dodgers, third baseman number 10, Justin
Seager will start out second base.
You know, here's the advantage the home team has, obviously, in extra innings all the time. But the advantage the Dodgers have specific to this game is that their opportunity to score in extra innings comes with the middle of their lineup scheduled. Again, Turner, Muncy, and Taylor with the winning run at second base. Turner has a pair of runs batted in tonight. A chopper out over the mound. Cronenworth gets to it, throws to first. Winning run at third with one away. And you get the sense that's all that Justin was trying to do.
Absolutely. Hit the ball the other way. Good news, you get the base hit. Bad news, you get the runner over. Situational hitting.
You know, one of the things that will likely be overlooked in this game as Max Muncy digs in now is how, despite not having his best command tonight, Joe Musgrove really labored through 3 innings, but he left in a 2-1 game.
Yep.
The game could have gotten completely out of hand early. Joe battled. The damage didn't come until a little later. And even a 7-1 deficit had the Padres undeterred tonight. 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. Max Muncy has walked 4 times tonight. The last player to walk 5 times in a game, Christian Yelich, during his MVP season against the Cardinals.
Put him on.
Yeah, is that what this is about?
Just a quick talk. I think what he's telling him right here, Matt, is, all right, you have an option. You want to go after Muncy right here? Or you can load the bases because it looks like Clayton Kershaw's in the hole. So he may walk back to back. And face Kershaw with 1 out.
But there are so many wheels turning here. You're setting up a potential situation where Clayton Kershaw could deliver a game-winning RBI hit. And without looking at it, I'm pretty sure that's never happened for him before.
Pretty safe. What are the Vegas odds?
I'm not sure we have to ring the Elias Sports Bureau.
Matty, this one's easy. You just walk 2 guys and take your chance with Kershaw.
I mean, Clayton can swing the bat. He's driven in 38 runs in his 14 years in the big leagues. He's not an automatic out. Like on Friday night, he gave Yu Darvish a couple of pretty good passes. But it's going to come to Clayton here because 2 intentional walks have been declared, and that's what Jace Tingler was doing on the field, and I get that for sure. Sound strategy. So with the runner at third and 1 away, they walk Muncy. They walk Taylor, and that loads the bases with 1 gone for Kershaw. Here's a side note. Max Muncy becomes the first Dodger to walk 5 times in a game since Greg Brock in 1983.
There's a name from the past. He played in Lice's in Dominican Republic.
I just feel like I have to mention Franklin Stubbs now as well, so I did.
You get me excited with these old names.
How about this scenario? Clayton Kershaw to pinch hit with an opportunity to win the game in the bottom of the 10th.
And you have the infielders playing halfway. Machado's at back. Hard ground ball. You're going to get a double play up the middle. Anything with a chopper, everybody's coming home.
2-0. Jurickson Profar in left is so close to Manny Machado he could tuck in his shirt.
And if you're Clayton Kershaw, I believe you have the take sign. Make him throw your strike right here. Like that.
He does just that, and it's 2 balls and a strike now. Seager is the only run that counts. He's the only runner that matters at third base. Muncy and Taylor intentionally walked at second and first. The 2-1 to Kershaw. Fouled him away. It's 2-2.
A good swing here by Kersh. Not trying to do too much. A productive hitter for a pitch.
Clayton Kershaw has never driven in a run in the 9th inning or later.
Oh my.
I mean, he's hitterish in there. He might be a little late, and he knows it. The rookie DJ Peters waiting on deck.
Yeah, and Matty, I would almost think about moving the second baseman almost like a pull hitter, like a right-handed pull hitter.
Guy, Mateo's changing gloves. He's going with his infield glove to bring in the 5th infielder.
5 infielders, and you have the center fielder and the left fielder playing like as a right-handed pull hitter. And the reason they're doing that, Kershaw is so late, by indication of that last swing, he almost killed Dave Roberts on the Dodgers dugout.
Two to Kershaw. Struck him out.
Good battle here by Kershaw and a good sinker by Hill, his best one of the night. Good movement, perfect location. And that's a tough pitch to hit for an everyday left-handed hitter.
Well, if you thought it was a dramatic situation for Kershaw to be the hero, we'll ratchet up the stakes a little bit more, because now it's up to rookie DJ Peters. Peters looking for his first career major league hit. Out of Glendora High School, about a half an hour away from here, with a chance to be the hero tonight. Once again, we talked about this earlier, Alex. We didn't think that the runners left stranded would be a story for LA, because it was 7-1 at one point.
With these games, you got to play 27 outs.
Just 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position tonight. 1-1 to Peters.
There's been a little bit of everything in this series. And I've been in many series like this, Matty. When you're done, you sleep on Monday, Tuesday, you wake up on Thursday. Heavyweight battle for 4 games, back-to-back weekends.
A ball and a strike. 1-2 now.
Matty, I talked about earlier about the fastball getting up on hitters. That's exactly what it does. From that angle down there, the ball's supposed to sink, and it just rides.
If Hill can hold and this game goes to the 11th, then it's the Padres who will have their heavy hitters with an opportunity in extra innings.
And stay up there with the cheese.
Just missed. Caratini's done a yeoman's job back there tonight trying to steal a few strikes, but Jim Reynolds ain't buying it. 2-2.
Good fastball. Good call there by Jim Reynolds. Nothing but fastballs up here if you're Hill.
2-2 pitch. Full count now. Here we go. Nowhere to put him. Ball 4 wins the ball game for Los Angeles. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the rookie DJ Peters. What a series this has been. Here we go, the 3-2.
One of the things the Dodgers have worked really hard the last 2 or 3 years is winning the 3-2 count. Much easier to be disciplined 1-2 and 2-2. 3-2, the discipline usually escapes you. Let's see if Peters can stay within himself and control his emotions.
The next full count pitch on its way to Peters. Got him swinging the high gas, and we'll go to the 11th. Oh, man. Not even a runner at second can expedite a conclusion. To the 11th, still tied at 7. What a series this has been. We're going to the 11th inning tonight in a 7-7 ball game. The 7th of 19 head-to-head meetings between these two NL West rivals. Each team having claimed 3. We have documented on a number of occasions tonight how closely played every step of this series has been. And the Dodgers have gone to the bullpen once again for left-hander Garrett Clevenger. This is his first appearance as a member of the Dodgers. Recalled yesterday from the alternate site. Last big league outing was his only big league outing. And it was September 17, 2020 with the Phillies. It's a guy that's been dealt a bunch of times as a minor leaguer. Traded twice from Baltimore to Philly back in 2017. And then to the Dodgers at the end of last season. Fernando Tatis Jr. starts at second base. He recorded the final out in the previous inning. And now it's the Padres who have the advantage of their middle of the lineup. Grisham, Machado, and Hosmer. Boy, the pitch that DJ Peters swung at to strike out and end the 10th. The elevated fastball that was ball 4. So tantalizing up there. I get it.
What's interesting, Matty, if that count is 1-2 or 2-2, Peters takes it. But because it's 3-2, he swings at it.
Two balls and no strikes to Trent Grisham. He singled and moved the line in the 9th, and now it's 2-1. So, you know, a little bit of double, or rather extra inning info here. Last season, the first year of this rule, if you exclude double headers, 68 games went to extra innings. Only 21 of them made it to the 11th. 2-2. And the rule that was, I mean, in fairness, poo-pooed by a lot of purists and casual fans alike, has become something that not only most fans have accepted, but learned to appreciate. I mean, the drama, the urgency, when that winning run is on second for the team batting in the bottom of the inning is real. You can feel it.
It's exciting.
Two-two to Grisham. You know, recalling Justin Turner's approach in the last half inning, just looking to put the ball in play and move the runner. Then it's up to the next two guys, right? Ideally, you're looking for the ground ball to move him and the fly ball to score him. Two and two to Grisham. 97-mile-an-hour gas. That's a tough take, but a good one by Grisham to fill the count.
Good pitch, better take. And Matty, what you're talking about is passing the baton, trusting your teammates, and just do your job. Exactly what Justin Turner did there.
Again, Machado and Hosmer due up after Grisham. Waiting for a 3-2 pitch. Ball four. First and second with nobody out.
Number 13, Manny Machado.
He's still boo Manny. We're in the 11th inning. This is his 6th plate appearance, and they're still razzing him. Tatis and Grisham aboard, some of the best speed on the roster on base with nobody out.
And Clevenger's very deliberate to the plate. So anytime Tatis wants to go to third base, he can almost walk there. Probably won't do it with no outs, but with one out, he would be on the move. Watch how slow he is here.
And Alex, I think that's why Justin Turner is staring him down, the Dodgers third baseman, watching Tatis Jr. very closely to see if he's making his move.
Yep. And he's looking at it for two reasons, Buster. One, he wants to make sure he doesn't run. But secondly, he wants to make sure there's no transferring of signs going from Tatis to Machado.
A ball and a strike to Manny Machado. There he goes. Waited for his right moment, and he turns it into an easy theft. The go-go Padres pull off the double steal.
And Matty, it was not only how slow he is, but how predictable he is. He was like a robot. He would look at Tatis, 1-2, go home, and he did it 3 times in a row. Tatis is too good and too smart. He walked to third base.
Machado pops it up. Oh man, that is one of only a few things that'll happen and not score a run.
Now you walk Hosmer here, and you go after Cronenworth.
Number 30, Eric Hosmer.
Did the Pods steal 5 bags last night as well?
Yes.
Back-to-back 5 stolen base nights.
I think 3 from Myers.
Man.
But Hosmer should not be hitting here.
Hosmer's been on base in each of his last 3 plate appearances, a single.
And the reason, Matty, he shouldn't be hitting is because you see what the infield did? Grisham can have a huge secondary from second. Any base hit is 9-7. You put Hosmer on, ground ball, you have a double play.
Jake Cronenworth on deck behind Hosmer. They come after him, and Hosmer swings and sends a drive to center field. Peters is back on it, measuring it off. Tatis will score easily, and it's 8-7 San Diego.
And for the Padres, right man, right spot, elevated fastball. Hosmer has been the best hitter with men in scoring position all year for the Padres. Not trying to do too much. Big part of the field. Keep the line moving.
And we said it earlier. I mean, there are very few in the league that have a nose for the RBI like Eric Hosmer. Here's Cronenworth now. Runner at second, 8-7 Padres, and Cronenworth takes a strike.
Whitey Herzog, the great Whitey Herzog, used to say, pitch to the guy with the skinniest wallet.
Well, I mean, there are a few fat wallets in this lineup these days, and Hosmer's one of them. And that 8-year, $144 million deal he signed prior to 2018 is looking better all the time. 0-2 to Cronenworth. Mark Melancon is up in the San Diego bullpen. He's gotten about 3 or 4 innings of work in down there tonight because he's been up and down Sparky Anderson style. Mark's channeling his best inner Mike Henneman tonight. We mentioned the Padres running tonight. 5 stolen bases for a second consecutive game. They've become the first major league team to pull that off since the 2013 Texas Rangers. Oh, and 2 to Cronenworth.
Yeah, guys, as we talk about strengths and weaknesses of various teams, we obviously laud the Dodgers for the rotation and their ability, their hitters in their lineup to put the ball in play. Is there any team in baseball that runs the bases like the San Diego Padres?
No. No, that's an easy no. I mean, not only in terms of frequency, but the success, the aggressiveness. They pulled off a hit and run today. We don't see that anymore.
Everything about the way they play baseball is fearless, is with a swagger, is with a confidence. They don't play defense. They play offense on every level of their game.
Nothing at 2 to Cronenworth.
You know, Matty, there's a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier in this rivalry. Is big brother beats up on little brother, and after a while, little brother stands up and says, I'm grown up. I'm going to stand up to you. And that's exactly what the Padres have done so far this year.
A ball and 2 strikes as you count to Jake Cronenworth. Every game in this season series so far has gone like this. You know, if you look at the box score from their first meeting back in mid-April and you see 11-6 LA, you think, well, that was a clunker. But that was an extra innings win. All those runs weren't tacked on until extra innings. It was close. The last 3 nights, close. Cronenworth battling back to make it a 2-2 count. 3-2 now. Jorge Mateo waiting on deck. Clevenger hoping to cut this off at just a run. The Dodgers will have the 8, 9, then top of the order hitters again when we go to the bottom of this inning. And the breaking ball freezes him up. San Diego does scratch out a run. Last licks for the Dodgers, down a run as we go to the bottom of the 11th. (8-7) San Diego as we hit the bottom of the 11th inning. What a night it's been at Dodger Stadium. And, you know, there are so many twists and turns to get you here to this stage. One of the regrets, regardless of the outcome, is going to be the Dodgers' inability to cash in with bases loaded. San Diego got out of not one, not two, not three, but 4 bases loaded threats tonight. Most recently, the strikeout of DJ Peters in the bottom half of the 10th. They do have one last crack at it, but San Diego has its closer in the ball game. It'll be Mark Melancon to work. He's pitched in 1 game of the series. Struck out the side on Thursday to earn his 7th save of the year. He and San Francisco lefty Jake McGee share the major league lead with 7 saves this year.
Cutters and curveballs. High arm angle. Curveball right over the top, 12-6. And that cutter right on left-handed hitters.
DJ Peters is the runner at second, and Austin Barnes will be the batter. Some of the numbers in this game. With Melancon appearing, he becomes the 41st player to have his name entered in the box score tonight. And the runners left on base for both sides are staggering tonight. The Dodgers have stranded 16. They are 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Well, here we go. The tying run at second. First pitch to Barnes is in for a strike. Barnes has a couple of hits tonight. Both of them flares the other way. One of them scoring a run. He has an RBI on his line this evening, part of his 2 for 5. A ball and a strike.
Peters at second base. Big guy, 6'6", 235, but runs well for a big guy. Melancon has never blown a save here at Dodgers. 11 for 11 and 2 in the postseason.
A veteran closer who has really kind of reestablished his star, off to a great start this year as a Padre. Breaking ball in for a strike. If you can believe it, and we kind of lament the Dodgers' opportunities tonight, 14 runners left on base for LA. That's the most in a game this year, but they've done it 3 times this season, stranding 14. .16 left on base tonight. Another curveball, and that misses high. That was San Diego's problem about a week ago, stranding base runners. In fact, at one point, they were on pace to challenge the all-time futility record for men left on base. That established by the legendary 1941 St. Louis Browns. Company you really don't want to keep. Two and two to Austin Barnes. Full count. It's been another one of our themes tonight. .16 full counts tonight. Three and two to Barnes. I mean, at some point you're just going to run out of players, period. We've already seen pitchers pinch hit in this game. Clayton Kershaw for Los Angeles. Ryan Weathers for San Diego. Three balls and two strikes. I'm telling you.
And Melancon, reverse split guy. He's a guy that lefties have more trouble with him than righties, and partly because of that cutter that rides into the lefties. So big out right here against Barnes with Rios on deck.
36-year-old former All-Star right-hander Mark Melancon battling. The next 3-2. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat to Barnes. Mark Melancon made his major league debut back in 2009. We talked about his being a 3-time All-Star, or a former All-Star. Yeah, 3 times all told. He was the National League saves leader in 2015, won the Trevor Hoffman Award that year. The next 3-2, and he loses him on ball 4. Well, just past midnight Eastern, and I think one of the many stunning notes that's been kind of unearthed along the course of this journey. Teams trailing by 6 or more in the 7th inning or later, as the Padres were. It's the James Bond winning percentage, 007. 100 wins, 13,547 losses. Here's Edwin Rios now. He flied out as a pinch hitter in the last of the 9th. So this is getting back into the troubling part of the LA order, with Betts and Seager due up next. They had a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th inning, but were turned away. One and 1 to Rios.
There's that cutter that makes him so effective against lefties. Melancon looking for a ground ball double play or a punch out.
And if you're thinking at all about a bunt in this situation, he doesn't have a bunt professionally, sacrifice bunt.
Mark Melancon, the 8th Padre to pitch in this game. Right on the corner, 1-2. It was a whole different circumstance, but in the final game of their division series last year, San Diego set a postseason record by using 11 pitchers in that Game 3 loss, the final act of the sweep against the Dodgers. And that was a 9-inning game. Got him swinging. A very big first out for Mark Melancon.
And the best knuckle curve of the night, sharp and tight, drops from the table.
And it just goes on.
And the cut fastball sets that pitch up beautifully.
So now Betts who, if we remember back in the bottom of the 9th inning, was called out on strike 3 on a pitch that appeared to be underneath the strike zone, but too close to take. Two guys that have been around the league a long time, yet they've only met twice previously. And Betts is 1 for 2 against Mark Melancon in his career. By his own standards, Mookie's been quiet tonight with just a base hit in 6 trips to the plate. Oh, wow. Melancon wondering where that was. Mookie checked his swing, but that looked like a strike.
Good curveball here. Looked like a pretty good pitch. Maybe a makeup call.
Talking about those bases loaded opportunities that the Dodgers failed to cash in on. Betts was responsible for one of them, grounding out with the bases loaded in the second. And a ball and 2 strikes now. I think it's worth revisiting the discussion we had earlier about how it's a Dodger lineup that's not at full strength. And yes, they've squandered some opportunities today, but again, no Bellinger. They've been without Taylor for a while, and Betts himself, after a back injury, really hasn't found his footing. He's just 9 for 41 since coming back.
Yeah, hard to believe if he makes an out here, he would make 6 outs on this game. That's saying something for Mookie.
Yeah. Peters the tying run at second. Barnes at first with 1 away. 2-2. Jace Tingler was talking earlier before the game about how each one of these pitches, not just innings, but each pitch seems to be a high leverage moment. I mean, because the series has been so close, there have only been a handful of innings that were separated by more than 1 or 2 runs. And we are seeing quite a pace tonight. I mean, some of the guys that have come in relief, and again, in high leverage spots, have worked extremely deliberately. And Melancon, in the highest leverage spot now, trying to finish, has also changed his pace a little bit.
Yeah, runners should be staying put, and this should be a curveball right here to Mookie.
17th full count of the night. The 3-2 home to Betts. It is a curveball, and it's a pop-up for Mateo. And Los Angeles is down to its final out tonight.
227 pitches thrown by the Padres, 200 of them by the Dodgers.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. It's going to come down to Corey Seager now. Seager has a couple of hits tonight. And again, the reminder on the opportunities, 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position. And here's their last crack at it tonight, trailing by a run. San Diego's 6-run deficit equals the biggest deficit any team's been able to overcome in baseball this year, if they can hang on for this final out.
And Seager, the best curveball hitter last season in baseball.
including postseason matchups, Corey Seager is 2 for 10 against Mark Melancon. A ball and a strike.
This is the fun part about baseball. Your best pitch is a curveball. Seager hits the curveball best. Do you go with your strength or do you go with his weakness?
Well, one of Seager's strengths is hitting with runners in scoring position, has been for a while. And there's a bouncer back over the middle, and San Diego hangs on. Entering the 7th, down 7-1. The Fightin' Friar battles for 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th to tie, and the game-winning run scores in the top of the 11th. The Padres take 3 out of 4 against the Dodgers in a season series that just keeps getting better and better with each installment. Wow. Why don't these two teams take a break from one another? Why don't you say? They won't meet again until June, and we can't wait. Once again, our final score, the Padres come back for a thrilling 8-7 win. For Alex Rodriguez, Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian, we'll see you next week for Mets and Phillies. John Anderson and Kevin Connors are up next with SportsCenter. Good night, everybody.